morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to your January 2023 Academy meeting. Good morning, good morning. Let me just check in before I begin. Just drop a 1 in the comments just to let me know that you can see and hear me okay. Just drop a 1 into the comment box to let me know that you can see and hear me okay. Turn your cameras on as well so that I can physically see you. That's it. Great. Who we got? Berit. Welcome. Good morning, Berit. Good morning, Fatiha. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning, Jan. Good morning, Naomi. Good morning, Rahila. Good morning, Wendy. And good morning, Sarah. I know there's a few people that are joining us a little bit later on today. So yeah, just drop a 1 in the comment box. Let me know you can see and hear me. Yeah, I see those. Excellent. Fantastic. All right. Well, listen, let's just dive straight in. We've got a lot that we're covering today. The key focus of today is more of a mentoring day, really, because I've had this requested by multiple people that have said, could we get a little bit more one-on-one support? Could we get a little bit more one-on-one help? So today's main focus is really going to be around me giving you some time, each of you, to have some really dedicated one-to-one mentoring time with me. So that's really going to be our focus for the day. I'm just going to very quickly reset the slides because I've noticed that they've just froze on me for a second. So let me just reset this slide deck. Make sure that this is working as it should be. Okay, good. I think we're good now. Let's have a look. There we go. Let's make sure that I actually think the batteries on my clicker have run out. So usually I have batteries right around me. Bear with me a second. Let me just go and grab those and we'll be and I'll be back with you. 2 seconds. All right, I think we're good. I think we're on. Just 1 in the comments, just let me know you can see and hear me okay. I'll let you know a very, very funny story there. I've had hundreds and hundreds of presentations all around the globe, and I didn't have low batteries. I didn't have my clicker plugged in. That might be that might be something worth considering doing. Anyway, let's dive in. Let's not waste any more time. So here's what we're going to be covering today. The main body of today is I'm going to be basically opening up hot seats for each of you. Every single one of you should have some dedicated one-to-one time with me today. And what I'm specifically going to get you to do is pick the stage that you feel, if you're really, really honest with yourself, is the stage that you need the most help with. Now, you may look at that and go, oh, I'm really struggling with multiple. Okay. If you had to choose, which one would you most say you need help with? You don't need to answer that in the chat right this moment, that's just for you to just start to consider which of these areas do you think you most need help with. Now, for full transparency, this we call the 50K Coach Roadmap because many of the people that come into our community are at that stage where they haven't hit that yet. But let me tell you this, the business mastermind that I'm in, there's people in there that are doing high 6 figures, high 7 figures. It's still the same. It's still exactly the same. So don't, if you were looking at this going, I've already made 50,000, so how is this relevant to me? It is. It's just a title that we've given it so that the people that are coming into the academy can see that the first checkpoint we want to get everybody to is 50,000. So an overview for today, here's what we're going to be looking at. The first hour, we're going to be reviewing your January. Obviously, most coaches that are unsuccessful don't spend any time reflecting, really crucial part. We're going to be spending time reviewing your your January. I need another coffee, I think. I'll tell you about our restless nights later on if we have time. Sage is not sleeping well at the moment. And Sati sent me a really funny coffee emoji just before I got on. So it shows where her head's at. Then we're going to be opening up for hot seat mentoring after a break. Then we're going to have your mastermind lunch where you can break out with each other and have a lunch break. Then we're going to dive into planning your February. And then we're going to dive back into hot seat mentoring. So a lot of time today is going to be dedicated to your time with me, unmuted, mics on, getting a lot of one-to-one time from me. Dates for your diary, just make sure you've got these in your diary. Monday night, accountability now with our new amazing accountability coach, Hilary, who has recently just joined us. If you weren't on the session on Monday night, Hilary Bacharach, who you know is in our academy and has been very, very good at her growth and development over the past 12 months. She's going to be chairing our accountability coaching sessions for the foreseeable future. And if you weren't there on Monday night, you will have missed that we have a new way of doing it, utilizing what we call a metrics process, which is what I use in my business. My mentor uses it with me. And what it is effectively going to do is it's going to help you to ensure that every single week you can see that you're making progress on your coaching business. January 2nd, February 2nd rather, we have Life Map. So if you want to redo that, then we have Life Map next Thursday. Friday 3rd through 5th, we have Master Coach. So if you want to redo Master Coach, please join us for that. February 17th through 19th, we have our Certification Builder training. So if you're not booked on for that, you want to know more about it. February 15th, we have our mentor call with me, which is at 6 p.m. till 7:30 p.m. These times will be shared in the group. So don't worry if you're not getting these down. And then our next Academy Day is specifically on public speaking, February 25th. This has probably been the most important skill that I've learned in business since becoming a coach. So fundamentally for me, what got my business off the ground was becoming a coach. What is taking it beyond 6 figures up into close to 7 figures is ultimately public speaking. So ultimately you all wouldn't be here if I hadn't figured this bit out, if I hadn't figured out how do you deliver a presentation in a way that has a person feel like they want to buy and not feel like they're being sold to. How do you create an event that's on Zoom, that is a virtual presentation, that you're not actually meeting the people, but you're presenting to them in such a way that at the end of the presentation, they want to give you money? How do you do that? Well, there's a very, very specific way to do that. And I've been trained and taught and spent thousands of hours learning how to do it. Let me let you into a little something which I haven't told you, not because it's been a secret, I just forgot. So, and it was prompted by Berit posting a message in the WhatsApp group this morning. She said something along the lines of, I've just had a message to say that there's a one-day training on today, but I'm confused because we have an Academy Day. So back in October last year, a mentor of mine who is in this space and has been doing this for a while, basically helped us to turn our one-day event, which you've all been through, into a virtual pre-recorded event. So if you were to go on to your emails, might have it in there. If you were to go on to your emails where it says, hey, join the one-day training today, and you clicked on that, and you entered that, right now you'd see me in this exact same spot. I think there was less hair on that one. In this exact same spot, presenting the one-day training to an audience of people who think it's live. They still get to do the breakouts with the partners, so it is live. And at the end of the training, they can make the decision or not whether they want to enroll the same way that you did. And that's being manned. The chat is being literally manned by Sati today because the person that usually does it is unavailable. So we figured out how to turn me into a clone that helps produce sales without me physically being there. How cool is that? I'm not a techie person. I would not have a clue how to do it. But every time I step downstairs into the kitchen and I see Sati at a computer and I'm talking, presenting a workshop, it freaks me the fuck out. So stripping it back, you've got to master public speaking to even get to that stage. Like, it's years of public speaking to get to a point where we can now deliver a presentation of our one-day training and me not physically be there. So you might want to later just check on your emails and go in the break. Let's have a look at that. It's incredible, but it's a big, you've got to master the skill of the speaking first. So February 25th, do not miss it. We're going to spend the whole day working on public speaking. I'm teaching you everything I know about that subject. All right, before we get into your review, just a few sort of bits from me, really. Books of the month, things I've been reading, things I've been learning this month. Just a couple of books that have grabbed my attention. And this is a book that I've read before. It's called Traction by Gino Wickman. A very, very good business book, which I highly, highly recommend. If you've not read Traction, I'm going to grab a chair, then you definitely want to consider reading it. Some of the things that I like about this book, some of the key things, you might want to write these things down. Just really key highlight things that Gino talks about. He said, your business must have clearly defined values. So what that means is, if you think about when you did our initial one-day training, I got you to come up with 3 words to live by. You may remember that, it's been a while. So you want to think about 3 words that maybe best represent you in business. And you might want to then put those words somewhere on a wall where you can see them every day. So you want to start to think about core values for your business. And then the great thing about that is, if and when you decide to hire people, you can tell them what those values are, and it will help you decipher whether those people are a right fit to work in your organization. Next is, he said, you must have a crystal clear vision for your business. You must have a crystal clear vision. So you must know what your vision is 12 months out, 3 years out, 5 years out. Me and my business partner, Chris, we have like a one-pager that has our 12-month plan, 5-year vision, and some highlight steps as to how we're gonna hit that. So he then goes on to say, which is an elaboration of that, you must have clear targets for the short term, the medium, and the long term, which is why we spend the part of today planning you for 30 days. Now you might say, why, Miles, do you not get us here to plan longer than 30 days? And the reason is because, personally, from my experience, looking back to the early first 2 years of my coaching journey, I found that anything longer than 30 days was too overwhelming, or it was easy to procrastinate. So I found that 30 days is a really good sweet spot because it's enough time to breathe, but it's not enough, it's not too much time to procrastinate. He talks in the book about, he calls these targets rocks. And he said, you want to have like 90-day rocks, 1-year rocks, 3-year rocks, 10-year rocks. So if you think about your life map is like, that's probably got your synopsis is like 3 to 5 year rocks. So you want to have, so for example, I have 12-month goals, I have 90-day goals, I have a 5-year vision. So you want to think about high level rocks for not just your business, but your personal life as well. Yeah, so he says, make sure that you have personal rocks, not just business rocks. Don't be the coach who is thriving in business but isn't going to the gym, or is thriving in business but isn't meditating, or is thriving in business at the expense of being present with their husband or wife or their kids, right? Don't be that coach. So that's why having these rocks for your whole life is really important, and not just for your business. Also, although the book is ultimately about business, what I got from it is you can model that whole ethos for your whole life. So yeah, Traction, Gino Wickman, highly recommend it. Very, very good book. For those of you who are starting to now think, I want to understand business, I really want to think like a proper business owner, this is a really, really good book to read. One on more of a personal, spiritual realm, you might be familiar with the author Mark Manson, wrote multiple books. I think I used to read his blog years ago, and then he wrote, I think The Subtle Art of Not Giving a F is the first one, and this is the third, I think, maybe, of this series. Anyway, I absolutely love this book because there's some really, really key things in here that I got out of it that I wanted to share with you. So he says, the author Mark Manson says, hope for the future often dilutes our appreciation for the now. Hope for the future often dilutes our appreciation for the now. So what I got from that is, sometimes I admit myself, I get so caught up in future planning that I forget to really, really ground myself in what's going on in this moment. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that doesn't happen to me anymore, because it does. There's a time for planning, and there's a time for being present. Just it's about balance. But he says sometimes if we're hoping for a better tomorrow, we can miss out on the joy and everything that's great in today. And it's really, man, I'm noticing a few people are nodding on that, so maybe that one's landing for you in some way. He also then goes on to say, talks about a person that was a war survivor who lost his wife, and a message that came out. I didn't write down the key story. I've only got the notes from what I read, but something I wrote down was, someday we'll be dead, so enjoy the now. And it's funny, whenever I read that, I always think about, over the past couple of years, I've lost either friends or acquaintances that I knew that were around the same age as me. And I don't know, there's something about losing people, or people dying that are around the same age, that makes me feel really mortal. So like old people dying, like Sati's Nuniji dying, is different. She was like 90 and died on her terms and had really good health. She just grew old. But when people die and they're like 35 or 36, or, you know, man's got 3 kids and he gets cancer and he's really fit and healthy, that shit kind of scares me. But what it does is it really makes me think how important it is to be in this moment and not get so caught up in like the future, because it may never arrive, right? I like this. This is good. Identity. Your identity will stay your identity until a new experience acts against it. So what that means is, ultimately, what you do and who you spend time with will define your identity. So if you don't see yourself as a successful coach, it may be that you're not spending enough time with successful coaches. If you don't think you're great with money, it may be that you need to spend time with people who are great with money. And here's a valuable lesson I've learned. Books, podcasts, and motivational videos do not upgrade and change your identity. You've got to be in the environment, which is why environments like this are so important.
You've got to be in the environment. Just reading stuff isn't going to make the change. So if there's an area where you feel like you've ever said to yourself, I don't think I can do that, I'm not as good as he, she, or they are, but you want to be, then go, well, who can I spend time with who is good? Get around them and you'll get good too. So one of my good friends and mentors, his name's Greg. He's really become really prolific in YouTube ads. So I want to start doing YouTube ads, and I have a day booked with a videographer on Tuesday to start doing ads. I was going to just dabble and play around with it and just do it on my phone, but I thought, you know what? I've spent enough time with Greg. I want to play at his level. So I made a point of saying to the videographer, here's the standard of how I want these videos to look. I wouldn't have that reference point if I didn't have a friend like Greg. So it's basically, my moral message is like, if you want to get fitter, spend time with people that are fitter than you. If you want to get better in anything, spend time with people that are better than you, and that will help you to upgrade your identity. I like this. He said, the pursuit of happiness is essentially the avoidance of pain and discomfort. I'll say that again. The pursuit of happiness is essentially the avoidance of pain and discomfort. What that means is it's never dealing with the difficulties of life, such as challenging people, different opinions. He goes on to say, if we never face adversity, we never have the chance to strengthen the virtues of honesty, courage, humility, and integrity in ourselves. So what he's basically saying is, even if we could hypothetically remove all the unpleasant shit from our lives, we wouldn't stop seeing problems. We'd just become more sensitive to smaller things. Look at how we all probably emotionally grew in COVID. COVID stripped us of all the things that we thought we needed to feel good. And many of which I'm sure many of you, I know I can only speak for myself, but like me and Sati and Sage developed this really good routine where like we literally would like look forward to, I remember that first summer in the pandemic, there was this walk that we did. We called it the Sunrise Loop. And it was this walk that we did with the pram, and the sun was always rising high in the sky. It was about 8:30 in the morning. And we did this walk every day. And I remember getting up in the morning during COVID and I couldn't wait for this walk. And then we had an afternoon walk where we'd go to the forest, and I couldn't wait for that walk. And then we really got into yoga. We were dabbling with yoga, and then we started doing it 2 or 3 times a day. And then meditation went from every now and again to 2 or 3 times a day. And there were some things that really came into our lives as a result of that experience. And I believe that it made us as a household a lot stronger. So to think that we're not meant to have pain and discomfort, like if we'd have described the pandemic before it happened, we'd have all been like, oh my God, it's the worst thing in the world. But putting aside and not wanting to be disrespectful to anybody who had anybody that was adversely affected by the pandemic itself, I'm talking about the character and the emotional strength of the people that made it through. I'd say 99 people out of 100 would say COVID made me stronger as a person because of what I had to go through in that situation. So he's basically saying hoping for pure better days is an illusion, because that's never going to happen. Plus, it's in the times like COVID where the real character strength and building happens. So he finishes by saying, stop trying to eliminate problems and instead focus on looking for lessons. So when you're going through a challenge, ask yourself, what's great about this, rather than trying and hoping that it would just end. Because it's actually the challenging times where the real growth happens. So if you're going through a period right now which you feel is really tough, ask yourself, what could be great about this? And now you want to punch me in the screen and say, there's nothing great about this, Miles, this situation's terrible. Okay, but if there were some silver lining, if there was something good about this situation, what would it be? And dig until you find something. Great book, Mark Manson, Everything is Fucked. Highly recommend it. Lessons from the month, some key things that I've learned really just about myself this month that I want to share with you. Number one, I've just kind of hinted at it. Better questions equal a better life. Most coaches forget that the core ethos of coaching is about better questions. What differentiates a coaching conversation from every other conversation that a person is likely to have in their day or week is the quality of the questions. What's great about this? What are you grateful for? What could you be grateful for? What are you proud about? Who do you love? Who loves you? If you could wave a magic wand, what would you love to be and do? What are 3 words that best describe you? If you were to describe yourself, if you were dead and there was a sermon given on your life, what would you want them to say about you? What gives you energy? What drains your energy? These are just examples of questions I'm just throwing out. But it's so important to intentionally every day be asking yourself great questions. Like I journal every morning. I think I've shared with you the journal app that I use. It's called CBT Journal. It was initially recommended to me by my therapist, but I use it every day because this is what it looks like, by the way. It's got all these little sections in it. So if I have a therapy session or a men's group call, I do a debrief. If I'm judging myself for a situation, I can ask myself questions about it. So here's one, analyzing negative thoughts. So imagine you get a negative thought coming in the day. Here's what I do. If I get a negative thought, I go to my journal and I answer the question. So here are some examples of better questions when you're in a negative stream of thought. What negative thoughts do you have? So I just dump them out. How can you challenge your negative thoughts? What is another way of interpreting the situation? See, for me, that leads to another great question, which I love, which is if you're going through a challenging situation or a client is, ask them this question. If you could only change one thing right now, what would you change if you're really honest with yourself? The situation itself or the way that you're looking at it? If you knew that you could only change one thing right now, what do you think would most serve you in the long term? You might want to hint at things like that to help them get their hint. If you could only change one thing, what do you think would most serve you in the long term? Changing the situation or changing the way that you look at that situation? Wayne Dyer says, you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. It's a great saying. I absolutely love that. So yeah, it's just like 4 questions. And then by the end of it, it says, how are you feeling now? Better, the same, or worse? I'm always feeling better. So better questions, better life. Next, environment over knowledge. What does this mean? Well, on Tuesday, I was in my mastermind with my peer group, and I had a breakout situation with a guy called Andy, who's got a film production business. Andy's doing maybe 4 million, maybe did 4 million, I think, in revenue last year. What fascinated me about Andy was not that he's doing 4 million, but was the spreadsheets that he's got for the financial infrastructure of his business. So he showed this spreadsheet of all these numbers, like metrics, his strategic plan, like without boring you with the details. But you know what was really significant is he said to me, I wasn't like this 3 years ago. He said, I had no idea about numbers. Money overwhelmed me. I had all these limiting beliefs. Then I joined this mastermind program. And the reason why I'm now able to do 4 million in sales and the reason why I've got such a good structure for the business is because of this environment. He said, I haven't really learned anything new in this program, but it's reminded me of the knowledge that I've already got. Because I'm in an environment of people, going back to what I said earlier about identity, is that the environment dictates the identity. So my challenge to all of you is, I believe if you didn't learn anything else new in the time that you're in this program, but all you did was apply the knowledge that you've already got in an environment where you're challenged to apply all of the knowledge you've already got, you would be shocked at how far along you would get in your coaching business in the next 12 months. You'd be stunned. All the knowledge that's already in your head, if you applied every single ounce of it on a consistent basis, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked at how far along that you'll get. So it isn't so much about knowledge, because you can go on Google and read, how do I build a great coaching business? You can go on Google and read that. That's not what you're here for. You're here for an environment. Environment dictates performance. Who you spend time with is who you become. Next, when it comes to building a coaching business, there's this thing that I love, which is called doing it for you versus doing it for others. I had a one-to-one call with a client last week, and we're talking about niche. She said, Miles, I really don't want to do the niche that I feel like is the most logical niche for me to do. And I said, what is that? And she said, well, she said, I do feel a calling for women in corporate. Specifically, she said, married women in corporate. I feel a calling to work with married women in corporate. And I said, why do you feel that calling? And she said, well, because I've worked in corporate, I'm married, but corporate nearly cost me my marriage. She said, so I feel pulled to help women in that environment, but I don't want to. I said, why don't you want to? Sarah, I'll say. That's not her real name. I'll just use it for privacy. So why don't you want to, Sarah? She said, well, because I don't want to be in that environment. I said, well, if you don't serve those women because you don't want to be in the environment, I think you're being really selfish. She said, I beg your pardon. I said, if you don't do it, what you're doing is you're thinking about you, not thinking about others. I said, remember, you're not in that corporate world anymore, are you? She said, no, I've left because it nearly cost me my marriage. I said, so if you don't help those women see what you now see, how are they going to get out of corporate? I said, what if their marriages go down the pan the way you managed to see the light and save yours? What if they don't manage to do that? What if there's kids? What if that marriage is actually really fundamentally good, but the corporate world causes it to break down, and then those kids are then part of a broken home? Now, I come from a broken home, and this, I was raised well, but my point I'm making is my mum and dad were never really meant to be together. But I'm like, what if they're a married couple and they've been together for years and they're fundamentally good, but the corporate world has just made them fall apart from each other? But you, in your not wanting to go into that world, when you wouldn't be employed in that world, you'd just be spreading a message of good in that world. You don't do it because you're thinking of yourself rather than thinking of others. And to cut a very long story short, she is now pursuing this niche of coaching. And I think it's along the lines of, I help married women in corporate restore the passion at home. It's something along those lines, but that's what she's working on, and that's what we're helping her to build out. So, and I can relate, like Miles More Members, for example, I didn't really want to do the fitness thing. I wanted to teach men how to meet women, frankly, because I couldn't get a girlfriend and didn't have one. That was the niche that I wanted to do, but it failed because God didn't want that for me. And so I did the thing that was logically what I was meant to do, which was to initially help gyms provide a better experience for their members, so that the people that walked through the door had a better first experience, and they didn't not join the gym and carry on living with this stereotype of gyms are all bad and it's full of noisy, intimidating bodybuilders, which some of them are, but some of them aren't. But if I hadn't committed to that as a purpose and as a mission that wasn't about me, then I wouldn't have done that business, and I wouldn't have helped a lot of gyms restructure the way that they show up for their clients and their customers. So think about whether you're really fundamentally doing it for you or doing it for others. And that may help you if you've got any issues right now around niche, because for me, that simplifies it, because it just makes it less about the niche that you want and more about the niche that is actually going to serve and help others. Next, this is a phrase stolen by a good friend of mine and mentor, Nick James, who said, the more you connect, the more you collect. I just want to give massive props here to Jackie. We had an accountability call a few weeks ago, and many of you know Jackie's had some really great results since joining the program. And ultimately, there is nothing special about Jackie. There is, obviously. Lovely hair today, by the way, Jackie. But when I say there's nothing special about Jackie, Jackie knows I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. She knows I mean that in the way which is to rehumanize her and not make any of you feel like she's doing some magical, mythical thing that you all can't do. The reason why Jackie's had some great results so far is because she's connecting with more people. And so the statement is true from Nick James. The more you connect, the more you will collect. Most coaches, and this may be relevant for you if it is, be honest about it. You say, oh, I haven't got enough leads, I haven't got enough clients. How many people have you connected with this week? A few. A few's probably not enough to get a person to become a paying client. So you've got to connect with more people. In a couple of months, we're going to do a workshop specifically around paid advertising, which is going to help you to connect with people that don't know you. But here's the thing. If you can't connect with the people that do know you, you've got no chance of connecting and collecting from people that don't know you, because they're just going to see that you're doing it in a transactional way. So you've got to be able to do it. I mean, look, our one-day training that we're delivering today that's had paid advertising spent to get 50 people on it. The first few times I did that workshop were free to my Facebook friends, because I was like, well, if I can't do this right to them, then there's no way that this can go out to market. So this is why we get you to invite the people that you know or know of you. And then when you run out of people, you've got to start networking. Don't think that you can just shortcut and just start spending money on paid advertising. That isn't going to get you clients until you've got social proof. And that's why we get you to do it the way that we get you to do it. And then finally, this is a big one. Many of you may or may not know I am a Christian, but over the past few months, I probably have been spending less time in my faith because I just got distracted. And I used to every morning have a really long conversation with God. I used to listen to a sermon every morning on Spotify or YouTube by a pastor that I love. And I stopped, got out of the habit. And recently I've got back into the habit, literally every day for about an hour in the morning, listening to a sermon. And it has got me to have something which, if I speak in Tony Robbins language for a second, most coaches, the thing that they most want is to feel certain that they're going to be successful. Now, certainty, unfortunately, in the real world is an effect. So for example, confidence, people think that you have it or you don't. It doesn't work like that. No. Confidence is something you get when you do something in courage that you were scared to do. And then when you've done it, you then have confidence. So you see a footballer kick a ball in a certain way, like, how does she or he do that? They do it because they've done it so many times, but once they were really bad, now they know how to do it. Now they seem confident. Here's the shortcut though, to confidence or certainty. If you want certainty that you're going to be successful as a coach, you've got to have faith. Now by faith, that doesn't mean that you have to be religious. That's not what it means. What it means is, for you, it may be gut intuition, heart, spending time in nature, spending time in meditation. It may be spending time in prayer. It may be spending time doing yoga. Anything that opens your spiritual connection allow intuitive heart-based message is what I mean by strengthening faith. Because if you can't hear what your heart is telling you, and by the way, here's the problem with that, the heart's message or the faith message will whisper, it won't shout. So all the world is shouting, the faith voice is very quiet. It's like a whisper. So that's why it's important to have time in silence, in meditation, yoga, nature, forest walks. Maybe it is prayer for you. Things like that help you to hear the inner guidance, the kind of the spiritual insights that ultimately are what everybody needs to make the decisions of what they're meant to do or not do. So for example, I can tell Tina, do this, not that. But if Tina gets a feeling inside of her that that's not right, and I don't mean she's scared to do it or not do it, but she's just like, that doesn't feel right. She's got to listen to that. So no, there's a difference between, hey, Tina, you should connect with more people to grow your coaching business. Her gut intuition will probably tell her whether that's right or not. And it'll probably be that that is right. Otherwise she wouldn't be here. Versus, hey, Tina, see that main road over there with those cars hurtling down at 100 miles an hour? Go and walk out in it. No, that doesn't feel right. So it's really important to know that your brain is not on your side when it comes to listening to your heart and your intuition. So here's what you need to do to strengthen your faith muscle. If anytime you've got fear or indecision about whether you should or shouldn't do something, here's what I always do. If my brain is saying don't do something, I'm like, that's its job. It's trying to keep me safe. But if my heart says don't do something, then I know I'm not meant to do it. If my heart says do it, then I know that's what I'm meant to do. But the way to listen to your heart more than your head is you've got to work your faith muscle. And for me, that comes through things like yoga, meditation, walking in nature, talking to God, if that's your vibe. But you've got to work that faith muscle, because looking for certainty that you're going to be successful as a coach on the outside, it's never going to be there. The only way to really feel certain is to get that inner certainty, and that comes from strengthening your faith. There's a saying which in the Bible, like faith without works is delusion. So you got to have faith, and then you've got to do the work. You can't just sit and hope and hope. It's like The Secret, law of attraction. I close my eyes and I'm going to manifest what I want. It doesn't work like that. You've got to do the work, but it starts with having faith. All right, let's get into January reflection now. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put some music on in the background, and we're just going to go through these quickly for the benefit of time, so that we can get into our mentoring portion of the day as soon as possible. So I'm going to camera off for this one, and I'm going to take you through. Let's reflect on January. Get a fresh notepad ready and get ready to do some writing. So starting with looking at January, what were some of your biggest wins from January? What were some things that you considered wins from January, whether that's personal, professional? Tell me on paper, what are some of your biggest wins from January? lessons learned in January? What were some of your lessons learned in January? When you're ready, what were some of your positive influences that have had a positive effect on you this month? Who is someone that's maybe had a really good influence on you this month? All right, what was the smartest decision that you made in January? What was the smartest decision that you made in January? And what was the biggest risk you took in January? One word that best sums up and describes your January. If you could describe your January in a single word, what would that word be? All right, next, 3 things that gave you more energy this month. What were 3 things that gave you more energy? Right, I'm back on. 3 things that drained your energy this month. What were 3 things that drained your energy this month? All right, next one. This is a new one. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your state this month? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being amazing, 1 being terrible, how would you rate your state this month? And for those of you who maybe didn't put a 10, answer this. To get that score to a 10, what would you have to do? What would you have to do to get that score to a 10 out of 10? If you said 10, what would you have to do to make it an 11? All right, next one. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd rate my coaching business effort this month as 10 is you are committing, really you think your full potential to growing your business, your coaching business this month. 1 being not at all, being kind and compassionate to yourself. Obviously, if things genuinely prevented you from having it maybe higher, but what would you rate on a scale of 1 to 10 your coaching business output effort this month? And for those of you that are ready, to get that score to a 10, what would you have to do? For you to get that to a 10, what would you have to do? Obviously, if you put a 10, great, amazing. Always be striving to improve. What could you do to make that 11? Next question. If I was starting the month of January all over again, what, if anything, would you do differently? So if you were starting the month all over again, what, if anything, would you do differently? And this can be personal, business, entirely up to you. If I were being coached by myself from the future about this month as a whole, what would my future self say? So imagine, pause the music for a second, imagine your future self, fullest potential unleashed, true best version of you, Rahila, for example, and you were being coached by her from the future about this month. What would she say? Would she be giving you some love? Would she be giving you some tough love, or a combination of both? If you were being coached by your future self about this month, what would they what words of wisdom would they say to you about this month? All right, good. Well done, everybody. Well done for playing full out on that exercise. We're seeing some serious writing faces happening, which is very, very good. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to do what we call an integration mastermind, where I'm going to get you to break out, this time into pairs. And I'm just going to get you to spend a few minutes each. You're literally going to have about 4 to 5 minutes each way. So we're not going to have long for this. Just sharing your biggest insights, breakthroughs, takeaways from that exercise, what you've learned about yourself in the month of January, things that you now can say, I need to stop doing that, I need to do more of that, just for you to just have the chance to verbally kind of declare what you're proud about, grateful for, reflecting on as you look back on January as a whole. So we're only going to have 10 minutes for this. When we can come back, we're going to bring you back into the room. We're going to have then a break, and then we're going to go straight into your one-to-one mentoring time with me, and I'm going to be opening up the mics and giving everybody that individual time that you all probably need. All right. So breakout rooms are now open. Click the link, join your breakout room. Share each. You've got 10 minutes for this exercise. Then I'll bring you back to the main room, and I'll see you in 10. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope you had a good breakout. All right, so here's what we're going to do now. I'm going to send you off for a break. I make it 11:22 by my watch UK time. So we're going to give you a break until 1:45. Hey guys, my Wi-Fi is back on. Just confirm we're on a break now till 11:45. All right, we're going to resume, everybody. Start bringing yourself back. Turn your cameras back on. We're going to restart the session. All right, okay, so let's get into it, shall we? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm literally just going to round robin this part of the day. So there should be enough time for everybody to get round. Oh, here's what I didn't do. Forgive me. What I didn't do is get any reflections from what you learned about yourself from the month of January. So let's do that before we do the mentoring. So put a 7 in the comments if you would like to publicly share something that you learned about yourself from the month of January, or if you want to type it in the chat, happy with you doing that as well. But if you'd like to share for your own benefit and for everybody else's, just drop a 7 in the comments and I can bring you on, because I'd love to hear some shares. So yeah, Jan, you are unmuted, brother.
Yes. So what I learned from January, also doing less is more. So more focus on core things, and also rest. I really focused on the rest and on physical exercise, and that really helped well. One measurement for me is my heartbeat in rest, and it has been 3-4 months since my heartbeat in rest was so low. It's now around 55, so I'm very happy. In the previous months, it was around 60, 62, so very glad that I could improve my physical state and also health.
Nice. Sounds like a really good thing to have measured, by the way, Jan. So well done, man. That's excellent. I love that. And I love data like that. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but yeah, me and Sati, we wear these things called a Whoop, which is a fitness tracker. There's many of them, but this is a particular one that we're really a fan of because it tells you, if I just bring open the dashboard, this is just for my, any chance I get to talk about Whoop, I love it. It's got things like heart rate variability, Jan, which you're probably familiar with,
yes,
which kind of correlates with resting heart rate. It also tells me what my recovery is for the day. So it will show me things such as like what my recovery is. So for example, today it's showing me as like 81% recovered, which is pretty good. And then it will show me my sleep score, and it shows it in like a graph format. And I don't know if you can see that, but the graph is, you can pretty much see from the naked eye, it's not very good. And that's because Sage has been not sleeping very well. And it's great to have that data, because I find I'm often really compassionate with myself. If I don't have a good sleep and my recovery is not good, I won't go and like try and train really hard. Whereas the old me would have just like said, I've got to train. But actually, if you know, if it says you're in the red zone, and that often means I'm poorly, then I'll not train that day, and I'll literally go listen to my body the way the cliche says. And I find it really powerful. So love that, Jan. That's a great, great share, brother. Great share.
Thanks.
Let's have a look. Berit, let me bring you on. So you are unmuted.
Hello.
Hello, Berit.
Hi. Well, I would like to share that I've found out it's really important for me to have a really simple daily schedule and stick to it, because otherwise I will feel bad about myself. So yeah, that's mostly it. And also I've been asking more for help and getting more help and healing. And what else? Yeah, I think that's my share for today.
Love
and
it.
what is the app, or the you talked about writing down?
Or the journaling?
CB something.
The journaling one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's CBT Journal. It's on that's on the Android store. I think it's Apple as well. Yes, CBT Journal is what it's called.
Thanks.
Really good. What I love about your share, Berit, in particular is I used to be like that. I used to, and I still do to-do lists every now and again, but what I really stressed that I do is at the beginning of the week, I do the RPM process that I learned from Tony Robbins, which you've all got that, you know, the three, the what do I want this week? Why do I want it? How am I going to get it? And what that does for me is it simplifies the week to be focused on outcomes rather than doing, because anybody can be a busy fool, but it's really about the result. So it doesn't actually matter how much you do, it's about the quality of the work. So if you want to grow your coaching business and all you do is an hour a day doing invitations to trailer, you might not do anything else. Like you might not do any posts on social media or anything else. But if all you do is the thing that you know is going to move you towards getting potentially clients, and you only spend 1 hour a day on that, for example, that's much better than having a to-do list of I've got to do this and I've got to do that and I've got to, which, as Berit said, if you then do it and don't complete the list, as I know, because I have that as well, sometimes I feel bad about myself. So who in their right mind would consciously want to feel bad about themselves? So I say, well, remove the unconscious behavior of to-do list, which can unconsciously make you feel bad, and consciously decide to reduce the likelihood of that happening by just making it really easy to win. That's what, for me, the 3-column thing does, is it makes it really easy to win. So I want to make sure that every day I feel like I've done everything I said I was going to do. Some people say to me, how do you get so much done? I'm like, I just don't make myself have a lot on my list.
Well,
you always achieve 100% of what you say you're going to do every day. I'm like, pretty much. How do you do it? I don't focus on doing a lot. I focus on just my outcomes based on who I want to be and how I want to show up. As simple as, if there's something I was going to do work-wise and I can't do it because Sage is ill, like yesterday. I didn't work yesterday. I was meant to. Sage was ill. Sati was out, so I had to take off my work hat and be a dad. Because one of my primary outcomes for the week is be a great dad, I was like, cool, I'm still being productive. Because one of my primary outcomes for the week is be a great dad. So unlike the old me, which was like, oh, but I'm not getting to do my work thing. Now I'm like, doesn't matter, because one of my outcomes is be a great dad. So I'm just focused on that today instead of work. Yeah. So it's like, when you focus on outcomes and you focus on your outcomes being not just about your coaching, but about your whole life, it makes it really easy to win. Like in my marriage with Sati today, all I've got to do is intentionally be present and be a loving husband. If I do that, I win. I don't have to do anything else. I don't even have to do anything particularly romantic. If I'm loving and present and a good listener throughout the day, she doesn't care if I bring home flowers, because she doesn't care about the micro thing. She cares about well, what will you like over the course of the day? And just all of that is just really a simple way of just saying, totally get what Berit said. Focus on outcomes rather than to-do lists, because to-do lists they'll just overwhelm you. So good share.
That's that, Miles. Mine was not a to-do list, more like the daily practice and when to do what, and also when to be off and when to be the mom, when to work on business, like that.
Exactly.
And when I started doing, I put more and more on, and then it's overwhelming. So
sorry,
keep
Berit.
it simple.
Sorry.
Thanks.
No, you're welcome. Anita.
Hi guys. Hi.
Hello,
I just wanted to,
oh, hang on. I just muted you. Sorry. Hang on a minute. Stay there, Anita. Let me just, where have you gone? Oh, I think she literally left. She just disappeared. She was there and, oh, yeah, there we go. Maybe a Zoom cut out. I see you back. Anita, it looks like you're back.
hello guys, am I back?
You are. Fire away.
That's one of the things I have to do. I have to just mute all the people who wants to call me in the wrong time. For God's sake. Sorry, I'm fuming. I'm not in the best myself today, to be honest. So I'm a little bit roaring. Yeah, so I wanted to say to what Berit mentioned, I think we had this conversation, Berit, earlier as well, that simplicity, yeah, that actually life is simple. It's not easy, but it's simple, but we like to complicate it so badly as a grown-ups. And I'm learning this simplicity from my kids at school now, and I adore my job. I keep telling this, but this is probably the best thing. So through the month of January, what I learned, that I keep escaping from children, but they keep running to me, and there is no escape anymore. So I surrender. And yeah, so that's what I discovered about myself. And also to trust my gut, to trust my intuition, to actually follow it blindlessly because it's always right, and to keep my mouth shut. So I don't complain about giving people the ammunition and then being angry that I gave them ammunition because I can't keep my mouth shut, and I always tell them everything. So yeah, that's what I learned about myself, and that's what I'm gonna imply. But yes, life is simple, people. It's not easy, but it's simple. Let's not complicate it, okay? Namaste. Love you all.
I love it. Thanks, Anita. Great share. Really good share. Okay, who else has put a 7 in the comments? Jackie, let me unmute you. Jackie, you are unmuted.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hi,
What have
Jackie.
I learned about myself this month? It's been an amazing month, that's how I can say it. But what I've learned is to turn fear into faith. And when I say fear into faith, that's about following my intuition and listening to intuition, having the faith to make decisions that I would never have made. This month, I've made a lot of decisions that have not been, people feel are out of character, but I'm just creating my character. So that's the old one. So on that note, but by doing that, it's about learning from this month. Without this coaching academy and this session, I wouldn't be feeling what I'm feeling, doing what I'm doing. And that's really because the basic simple is I always knew it all anyway. But what I did was what we all do. I do things for 2 or 3 days and then I go off and do something different. But by doing this, even if I go off on something different in a couple of days, I'm accountable back on that week to the point that you don't drift off. It's become a new habit. I've changed my habit. And now this has become an habit. So I would think now, if I didn't have this to look forward to next week, I'd probably be a bit confused now because it's become an habit and it's become part of my lifestyle. But for that, it's given me more time and making the importance of in the morning, your morning routine. I tried it again the other day. Curiosity kills the cat. I know it makes me feel like shit if I don't do it, but I wanted to test it for a few days because I had family issues. Daughter turned up with kids, going to stay in nanny's bed. Yeah. We were all right because we got family back, so we don't care. But on that, I had a lot of things planned. So it taught me that I was still able to make time for myself and the crisis. And it was so funny. It is like I'm having to get used to I'm living the life I've created. But basically, as the problems come, the solution flowers. So I don't actually see the problem. When people ask me about my day, I have to stop and reflect and think, no. But I have to look for it. Whereas before, I lived it. And that's because of the accountability of the coaching that's kept myself focused. My mind's been moving forward. And I've got a good mindset and I know I'm very good at what I do. But I'm not very good at practicing what I tell everybody else to do. And this is about me learning to be accountable for myself. So I've learned a lot of self-disciplines. I've put energetic boundaries in, but good boundaries, to the point that people around me that want to give me loads of problems, I've told them, we'll have a family chat group. You got a slot in there. And if you put your issues in there, we'll deal with it. But I don't do a 24-hour problem because I like my life now. I used to do that before to escape my life. I actually like it now, so I don't want to do that. So I've learned to be brave, but smart with what I say. Still get what I want without hurting people. You know, being mindful with your speech, but a bit of joy. It needs to be said. But I've created that time for me, which has allowed me to put my coaching and realise that coaching is my number one. In the many things that I do, the reason why coaching wasn't number one, because it was my life. It was just what I did. So I didn't put any value on it. Once I put a value on it as a career, it's my everything. It's my dream. I was always living my dream. So now I'm, what's the word? I'm monetizing my dream. I'm making money from my dream. That's the way it is. So it's still, my life's even better because I've recognized what I'm doing. So for everybody, even a drop this month, when asking people to join the group and putting loads and loads of people out, I'm not even recognizing the knowers. I focus on the yeses or the maybes. And even if I do, what I've learned about that is once I've burnt out the people that I know, I've got to get more creative because there's people that we don't know. So it's moving that fear to going, okay, it's time to come out of your shell and push the boundaries. Because a lot of the people I don't know probably won't have the money to do what I'm offering. Wanted, and they're not really in that place where I want them to be, if I'm going to be realistic. So I'm going to be getting the knowers. And I looked at my knowers and I thought, because not really, you're not my niche at the moment. I'm using people to get practice. I'm asking you to come in as I'm a newly qualified. So yeah, a lot of these will be knowers because they're not really what I'm really aiming for. This is me reaching out to people to get practice. So I told myself that's why they're knowers, because they're not really targeted. So next time now, I'm going to go out to create a more targeted market, looking at people that can afford what we're doing. And then we won't feel bad that we're not getting anybody because we're not really targeting the people we want. At the moment, everybody, we're getting experience, we're getting knowledge and developing skills. So remember that. We're all on a learning curve, but there's a lot of positive in our knowers. Thank you.
Good. Well done, Jackie. Yeah, I love that. What I took from what you said there, Jackie, was really the importance of perspective. And it's funny, I was listening to a sermon online this morning, and it was talking about context and how sometimes in life, I'm just going to my notes. Sometimes in life we hear things and we take them out of context. So, for example, you might hear, I don't know, somebody online or somebody in the media says something, and then you hear them then come out to defend themselves because what was said was not taken with context. So it's like the simple way of kind of getting to the point of what I'm trying to say is, if you only look at your development and growth as a coach as where you are in this moment and not the big picture of how far you've come to get to this point, then it might make you feel like you're not succeeding or you're not where you want to be yet. But that's because you're not looking at the full picture, the full context of how far you've come. And that's why it's so important to have perspective. And that's why we spend the first part of the morning reflecting, because the reflection is to give you new way of looking at your journey so that you can take and extract all the good out of it and reframe the bad and use it for learning and growth and development rather than seeing it as bad. All right, gonna open up now for mentoring. I know there's a few other sevens, but I'm gonna, for the benefit of time, I'm gonna move us into the coaching portion. So here's what I'd like for you to do. I would like for you to just spend a moment looking at the 50K roadmap. And I'd like for you to decide which area, if you're honest with yourself, which area do you feel is most important, urgent, maybe critical, for you to have some mentoring and / or coaching from me on today. I'd like you to just have a moment, glance and decide if there were one, because you might say, oh, I could talk about 3 or 4 of them. If there were one, which one would it be above the others? And if we've got time, we'll get through the others, but if there's only one, which one would it be? Decide that. Once you've decided, put a number 5 in the comments if you know that you'd like to have some conversation with me about the stage that you picked. So then what I'll do is I'll go through the people that have put 5 in the chat in the order that you put them in. And then once we've been through everybody that's put 5, I'm just going to pick on everybody else. So put 5 in when you know the area that you need some help. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, in order of which those of you that go, yeah, cool, I know which stage that I need some support, I'll then bring you on and we'll spend some time talking about it. Here's what we're also going to do. I'm going to open it up so that if you have a view on this challenge or problem that this person's experiencing, share it in the chat so that that individual can also get your perspective as well. So this is the bit where we're allowed to step out of coaching for a second and actually give advice. So if you hear me mentoring the individual and you think maybe they're not looking at this or maybe they should consider this, then I want to kind of open it so that you have my blessing to type in the chat and say, and I really want all of you to think, you know, if this were me going through this situation, what would I do? Or if my coach in the future were advising on this, what would they say? So this is where you've got the blessing to put in the chat, you know, hey, Anita, have you thought of this? Hey, Jackie, have you thought of this? I want you to all literally load up the chat with your comments and suggestions for each particular individual. All right, so I'm going to go with them in the order that they're in there. Like I said, you don't have to, but if you don't put a 5, then I'll just bring you on anyway. So I want to make sure that everybody doesn't leave here today without some one-on-one time. So looks like Rahila, looks like your 5 was in there first. So I'm gonna unmute you. Yeah, let me just unmute. I was going to say something else, but I'm actually not. Rahila, you're unmuted.
Hi everyone.
Rahila.
Mine is stage 2, the profile.
Stage
So
2.
once I get my niching straight, I feel like 3, 4, and 5, that'll just fall into place.
Yeah.
So just following on from yesterday, Miles, I've been working out my niches. I realized I had a bit of a resistance against saying Muslim, and that's more to do with myself.
Great
so
awareness, by the way, for well done, Rahila, and for everybody. Give her some love for that level of awareness. That's really powerful. Well done.
Thank you. It's just my own resistance because I'm not traditional, and then I think that's a deterrent, but it's not. That's something within me. Listening to what you were saying before, if I don't serve that community, I'm doing an injustice because it is a area that needs help. So I'll put that I coach professional women over the age of 30 who want to learn to have a work-life balance. Or I coach professional Muslim women from the corporate world and help them navigate into creating their own business.
Cool. Second one, I think the second one's tighter.
Is the second one? Yeah.
Yeah, because the word Muslim's in it, and you just said what you said about
Okay.
about having.
Oh, did I say Muslim? I didn't say Muslim in the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the so I know that probably wasn't the part. Yeah, the first one didn't have Muslim in it, and because of what you've said, the second one for me was a lot stronger. Say the second one to me again. Yeah.
I coach professional Muslim women from the corporate world, helping them to navigate into creating their own businesses and having a work-life balance.
Okay, so the navigate and work-life balance.
Okay.
I think you could strip that out.
Okay.
Okay. So so take those. Have you got that written down?
I'll write it now.
Yeah. So see if you could write it without those words in, because here's the thing for all of you to know is those words like navigate and work-life balance are often filler words that we don't need. And as Rahila and we spoke about this yesterday on our call, the purpose of a niche statement is just so that if you were to verbalize it to a group of 15-year-olds, they'd understand it enough to tell their parents about it. And navigate and work-life balance are often just filler things, which are intangible. Plus, what we need to do is we need to understand the conversation in our ideal client's head. And I'm guessing that Muslim women in corporate aren't brushing their teeth at night thinking, do you know what I really need to do? I need to navigate, insert rest of niche, so I have work-life balance. Like literally brushing their teeth. You know what I need to do? I need to navigate so I can have work-life balance. Like so, and the fact that you laugh says that you know that's probably not in their head. But
No,
what they
it's
might
not.
be doing,
It's in mine.
what they might be doing is brushing their teeth, going, I hate my boss. He's a knobhead. I need to leave so I can work from home and have my own life so that people don't fucking tell me what to do. Like
Yeah.
saying it as it is, that might be the language that's in their head if they're having a rant, brushing their teeth. Yeah. So it's more likely to, and I'm not now saying I help Muslim women who want to get rid of sack the boss, but I have got a mentor who would start his events in property and he'd say things like, you know, maybe you're here because you want to sack the boss. And whenever he says that, sack the boss, the audience just starts laughing because they know that he's not speaking in some, maybe you want to have career fulfillment and work-life balance and live the life of your dreams. No, he's dumbed it down to maybe you're here because you want to sack the boss, and everybody laughs. So you could, for example, Rahila, you could have a program called Sack the Boss. It could be called Sack the Boss, helping Muslim women in corporate start their dream home business. And it's called Sack the Boss. I can actually see you, Rahila, writing a book for corporate Muslim women called Sack the Boss. And I can actually visualize you. I've got a very strong vision right now of you on like BBC TV with a copy of your book in your hand called Sack the Boss. And it's specifically for Muslim women in corporate who want to start their own business. The books, you know, earlier I shared with you the book from Mark Manson, Everything is Fucked. You don't need to have swear words, but controversial titles sell. Sack the Boss would be as effective on a bookshelf as Everything is Fucked. Everybody would see the title Sack the Boss and be like, anybody that's thinking about leaving their job, they will, in the airport, that's the book that they're going to see. Maybe that becomes the name of your program or your brand. Sack the Boss, maybe, or something like. Oh, you got it. It's got to resonate with you. But
yeah, I quite like that sack there.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to get for you, Rahila, and for everybody is dumb the language down so that it's not necessarily offensive, but it's humorous and everybody gets it. Because navigating work-life balance, it sounds great, but if you said, I help corporate Muslim women in corporate sack the boss so they can start their dream career at home, everybody's like, oh yeah, that's funny, and they get it. Yeah, because that's probably what they're.
Oh, Miles is frozen again.
I've frozen.
Yeah.
I've got a second device. I'm seeing. I look like I'm moving. Am I on? Am I with me? Yeah. Don't know what's going on with the Wi-Fi weather or something. Helpful, Rahila? Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Amazing. Right. Here's what we'll do. I'll mute you and then we can always come back around later. I'll give you the time to spend on that and mull over that. That awesome. Well done. Okay. Who have we got now? Jan, let me bring you back on. Mr. Heart Rate Variability, resting heart rate rather.
Yes, Miles.
Hey.
So, yeah, I feel somehow between 2 and 3, stage 2 and 3.
Okay.
I've also scheduled a one-to-one for next week, and my biggest question was, yeah, what kind of more advanced coaching I can offer to a client. So I'm working already with a paid client who is almost there for 10 months. And I see you are frozen again.
Sorry, everybody. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me on the second device.
All right, we're back. Don't know what is going on with the Wi-Fi today, but I'm not gonna waste any time talking about it. Jan, you're still
Yes.
there? Far away, brother. What were you saying?
Yeah, so I was talking about, I feel I'm between stage 2 and 3.
Okay.
And for one of my paying clients, he's already 10 months with me, and I had some questions about more advanced coaching and like a coaching program for him.
Yeah.
Because with most clients, I just do the 12 sessions. And then, yeah, for a client who is staying longer or we would like to work together for longer time, I was wondering how can I offer good programs for him?
Okay, cool. Yeah, good. So, well, the shameless plug is do Master Coach 2.
Mhm.
That's the shameless plug is do Master Coach 2. But the short answer is you just got to decide if you were coaching that person into what you perceive to be their next level of depth,
Oh, yeah.
what would you be coaching them on? Like what would be in the session, let's call it 13, session 14, session. You've got to figure that out.
Yeah.
Or just do Master Coach Advanced. But
Yeah.
it's all there for you. But ultimately, it's about you asking yourself the question, as I did years ago, what are 12 things that they probably need help and support on? Oh, I realise I'm on 2 devices, sorry. What are 12 things that they need support on? Having that laid out, having that framework really clear, really certain, so that you know if you deliver that to them, that they're going to know that if they sign up with you, that they're going to get a result.
Okay. Yeah, because now I go intuitive in certain areas where we both feel okay, we can improve a lot of that, and so we go into a deeper level. Also, on certain things of the 12 sessions, we dive into some sessions. However, I do it more now. It's very intuitively and that makes also that I do not always follow the program that I had in mind.
Cool. Yeah, well, look, we've got a one-to-one coming up, so we can dive in and discuss it further, but that's the short version. And if you want to chat about Master Coach Advanced, or if you want to know more about what's in it, I've done a mini discovery session which explains like what's in session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to know more about that, just if you message me, I can send that to you, and you can see if that is a good next thing for you to have as well. Cool.
Okay, thank you, Miles.
Awesome. Well done, Dan. Well done. Okay, who is next? Let me just see the chat. So just so you know, the benefit of what we're doing here today is it's going to enable us to everybody's probably going to get a chance to come round a couple of times, just because of the way that the day works. I literally took out the content slot today just so that everybody could get some one-to-one time. Jackie.
Hi everybody, mine is I find myself playing with my niche all the time, I can't seem to just nail a niche.
Tell me what it is. Tell me the top one, the flavor of the month.
Right, the flavour of the month is my specialist is emotional management. So if you look at that's my specialist. So I've said midlife crisis needs a rebrand. That's my title. So when I put it out, I coach professional women overcome midlife roadblocks that prevent them from maintaining work-life balance.
Okay, so similar conversation to we had with Rahila. There's probably some fat that we can strip off on this. Firstly, tell me, Jackie, based on the fact that you know that you can coach people on everything, but you can't market to everything, which area do you feel, if I said you're on stage in 5 minutes, it's Wembley, it's a packed house, 600 people, you can speak on one niche category, health, wealth, or relationship, which one would you be most congruent speaking about?
Health.
Okay, cool. And what if a person, and what would your session ultimately be about? Like what's the
Emotional mastery.
Emotional mastery, and for what purpose? How is my life going to be better if I have emotional mastery?
Improvement in emotional mastery will give you self-management, learning you to manage your thoughts, your feelings in your daily life. Without emotional mastery, we cannot manage a day. We have to learn that our thoughts are controlled by our feelings and they're connected.
Got it. So pause there for a second. So manage your day for what purpose? How is my life going to be better if I'm able to emotionally master my day? How is my life going to be better in the real world? What is that going to do for me that will make me see I can see this coaching's helping me in this area?
Dealing with daily life problems that we're all faced with.
And so if you had to quantify it, because there's lots of them, what's one key critical daily life problem that this person's experiencing in their real world?
Managing their day, managing their emotions.
In relation
decisions.
Managing their emotions in relation to, is it in the workplace? Is it at home? Is it with their partner? Is it with their kids? If you had to
work-life balance.
Okay. And so them not having work-life balance, where is that costing them? Where is that hurting them?
It's costing them time with the family, less productive at work, unable to manage their day. It's actually causing them to feel depressed, low in moods. It's impacting on the people around them. Basically, it's more the non-monetary cost, non-monetary value at the moment than the monetary. But they can see that it's impacting on the productivity of their work. So it's stretching out. You can see it growing.
Yeah. And if you had to pick one area, one of those components that it's most causing them stress, like brushing their teeth at night, desperately got to solve this problem, which area is the number one above all the others? And I know it's hard because they're all equally important, but if there were one that stands out as the one that's causing the biggest problem in the real world, which one would that be?
It's just got to be a work life, because that impacts on everything.
Okay, cool. And so, and what is that doing in their work? Is that meaning that they're earning or they're not like moving up the career ladder, or what does it mean?
Well, undecided, making bad decisions.
Bad decisions in like, give me an example.
That's affecting the outcome of their work. Basically, their mind's unstable. They're making bad decisions. Bad decisions lead to bad outcomes, bad productivity stuff.
And what work are they in, Jackie? Describe this person to me.
Well, they're working in management, in social care. They're working in NHS. They're working with people.
Okay. So management in social care.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, cool. And would you say, Jackie, that at some point you've been this person?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Cool. And so, what did you do to get out the other side? So now you're out on the other side. What, if you could simplify it to one or two things, what did you do to get out the other side?
Number one was actually going and getting help, was getting a coach, actually taking somebody. Number one was recognizing the impact it was having
Okay.
And then
Which is
number
often
two
the
was
hardest
I've got
thing
to
to
tell.
see. Often the hardest thing to see the unseen.
Yeah, yeah. So
So we could, if we just play with this for a minute, it could be something like, I help like female social care managers. Forgive me if I'm not getting the language exactly right, Jackie. You can obviously play around with that. I help female social care managers to, and then what is it going to do by working with you? Like, I know it's going to do multiple things, but if you had to market it so that that made them go, ooh, what is it going to do? Is it, would you?
Well, the first thing that they're going to do is become more self-aware of their behaviour and what's happening in their life. So the first thing is actually becoming aware of what's happening. Clarity.
Okay. And then having that clarity is going to, what's that going to do for them?
That's about then moving on to make decisions of how they're going to make changes to what they've just accepted that's not good, because that's about the outcome basically. After the clarity session, it would be about them making a decision what they're going to do about.
Okay, so they've got a decision to make, and what are the options? Is it
The
stay in
decision
career,
is
career? Is it stay with the husband, leave the husband? Is it work on their health, not work on their health? Decision is often, there's often 2 or 3. So what are the options, and which one could you most market to?
the decision is to, number one is make a decision that it's impacting not just on your work, it's on your life, it's now impacting on your health, the stress of the situation. So you've got a decision now to either speak to somebody about it or accept that you're going to do something about it, and then it's what you're going to do about it.
Okay. Okay. So I think so we've got even just as simple as the female social care managers. I help female social care managers. Obviously, it needs you to play around with the proper wording for that. That's the person. The pain is along the lines, it sounds like they've got there's multiple things, and this is probably where you might be getting a bit stuck, is that you know that you can help them with all 3 areas, like health, wealth, and relationship. For the marketing tagline, we've got to pick one. So it's got to be something as simple as, I help female social care managers like double their income but work half the hours. So that doesn't have to be it, but this is what I mean by making it real world specific, because most people don't want coaching. What they want is a change. So what I've just said, that might not be the niche for you, Jackie, but if you said that and you knew that you could help a person do that, that would be an attractive proposition. This is why niching doesn't have to be fancy language. If a niche said, I help female social care workers double their income in half the time, that will be enough of a tagline to attract attention. The purpose of a niche is just to get attention. That's all it's designed to do. Their next question is, how are you going to do that? And obviously that's why you then have to think through what your coaching program has that can provide that result. Because it's great to just come up with a slogan, but you've got to actually be able to back up the slogan, which is why I always say start with where you've got expertise and you've proven that you can get a person a result. So if you said, I've proven that I can help a person really reconnect with their significant other, then that might be your promise. If you've proven that you can help a person transition out of the workplace into starting to build their own business, then that's a promise that you could do. Why Miles More Members worked, because I'd proven that I knew how to sell gym memberships. I'd proven that I knew how to engaged with potential customers so that people joined and had proven how to communicate with members in a gym so that they stayed year after year after year and didn't cancel. So it was very easy for me to coach on that because I'd proven it.
Yeah.
So another thing to think of for everybody around niche is, it's great to think about it, but you really need to think more about where have you proven before being a coach that you have expertise that isn't you winging it and making it up. Like that's the best place to start with niches. Where have you got evidence of success? And the success only has to be yourself. So like the client who I spoke about, that I had a call with last week, she's proven that she can be a corporate woman that's married, who is on the brink of divorce, and leave. And now her marriage with her husband is better than ever. And she has a business working for herself. So you only have to prove it for yourself. You don't have to prove it and have hundreds of clients, but you just have to prove it that you can do it for it to be enough to be proof that what you do actually works.
Yeah. Okay.
Helpful, Jackie?
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you.
So my next question to you then is, where have you, based on that context, where have you got proven results?
I've proven to get women that have been working in the corporate 9-to-5 work or in their job to actually be successful, to start their own business and transform their life.
So I think that there's something to be said for, Jackie, how quickly you've been able to communicate and connect with local radios and be able to get opportunities on those slots. So I think there might be something for you around helping women get out of the job and build their own personal brand.
Okay.
Because I think that it takes to have a perception of authority to be able to get radio opportunities. And there's probably a lot of women out there that would love to be in that position to do that. You've got things in your head that they don't have about how to do that. Yeah. So there's a lot to be said for the belief in a person to be able to just approach radios the way you've done and be able to get into the conversation where it even can be considered that you're even able to maybe get a slot, you know, that's big. That's big.
And he's given me a regular slot every month now. So that's,
So you think about people that are out there teaching people how to write a book or create a podcast or something. What you're talking about is getting publicity. There is people out there teaching people how to get PR, how to get yourself known and out there and seen in the world. And that could be your thing. But they've got to do all the inner work first to get there. But remember, it's just a marketing tagline to get their attention. Oh, Jackie can help me like build a personal brand and maybe get on local radio. Wow, that sounds amazing. I help female social care managers sack the boss and build a personal empire. Just making that up.
That's true. That's what they need to do.
Yeah. And that tagline is enough to get their attention. And then obviously it comes down to the person behind the tagline as to whether they're going to buy in and want to have a conversation. And you know that that's your sweet spot. When they speak to you, they're in. You know?
Yeah. I like that.
Good.
Yes, I like that one.
The brain's ticking now a little bit. Okay,
Yes, it's alive.
Right.
You just
Good.
need to.
Good. I'm going to take you off the hot seat, Jackie, so that you can have a chance to just mull over that and think that through. Well done. Okay, I will come to Berit, and then we might take an early lunch. We'll see. Depends on how long we are. Berit, you are unmuted.
I am unmuted. Hi.
Hello. Right, which stage are we playing with today?
I find myself actually a bit still in stage 1,
Okay.
but I'm also heading towards stage 4. It's the social media, because I would really like to start building like my tribe and find my I can't find the word right, but my primary client, the one that I can help the most, while I still build my coaching business and have a great daily habits and invite and coach. And also I'm working on finding my niche and my message. So if I have to choose one, do I?
For now.
Mhm,
We'll,
mhm.
we'll play again this afternoon, but yeah, for now.
All right. I guess I will be my profile to narrow down who am I to stand up in front of the world and tell what I'm doing, who I'm targeting. What is my message?
Okay. So tell me then, Berit, in your words, who are you?
Oh, okay. Me, Berit. I am a woman, a parent, a human being who would really like to create my own type of life and not something for someone else, like being my own boss, and have my own type of parenting and help others to do the same who desires the same. I know it's also what a lot of you also would like to. And who am I? I'm honest to who I be, and I am brave and also getting out of struggling with life. That's it for now, Miles.
Cool. Nice. So I don't think profile is the thing. I think going
All
back
right.
to what you said about really about promotion, I think promotion is probably where we should have this conversation.
Or
And the reason I say that, Berit, is because without going into the intricate details of a conversation that Berit and I had on a one-to-one call this week, there were some things that you said and the way that you presented yourself that I actually feel if you were speaking in that way in, let's say, a video online, like a live video online that has a specific topic that you're speaking about with a specific message behind it and a structure that allows an audience member to see what's in it for them. We're covering that in the public speaking one next month. I believe that with the way that you articulated yourself in our one-to-one the other day, not to say that you can skip over number 1 and number 2, but I do believe that if you articulate yourself well and you have a level of vulnerability and courageousness the way that you do, that there's a lot to be said for just getting on social media, coming up with a list of topics that you feel comfortable talking about, and just committing to a certain number of times per day or week or month that you're going to do a video, and you just put those out there on your social platforms. And then the people that engage, watch, like, comment, do anything related to those videos, you engage with them privately to thank them for watching and invite them to a coaching conversation with you.
Cool.
Yeah. So a few years ago, before the pandemic, I used to do a daily video on Facebook called Miles's Morning Motivation. It didn't have any real, it wasn't niched. And this is going to go against the grain of everything I've said about niche so far. It wasn't niched because actually one of my mentors said to me, he said, I wouldn't really tell this to anybody else in coaching. He said, but there is certain types of people that don't need a niche. He said, and you're one of them. And I said, why do you say that? He said, because if you can project a message so well that people can clearly see who you are and what you're about, you are the niche. So because my perception of you, Berit, is you're very comfortable in who you are, in your own skin, who you are as a person, as a woman, I believe that there will be so many women out there that would see you and go, I like her. I like her honesty and her vulnerability and the way that she speaks with clarity, but also there's a softness to the way that you speak. I believe there'll be people out there that would resonate with you, because there's a lot to be said for being loud and kind of a bit shouty and ranty, as maybe sometimes I come off in my videos. Not everybody wants that. Actually, Berit, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you communicate is different. And actually that different would help you find your tribe. So what I think I'm trying to say is, if you just came up with, here's how I would do it. I would come up with, like, I'm going to do one video a week, and I'm going to, throughout the course of the week, I'm going to come up with like a topic. I'm going to come up with, like, for the next 12 weeks, 12 topics. And then you come up with like everything that you want to talk about relating to that topic. And then just go on a rant. Like my Miles More Motivation videos were like, they weren't for anyone in particular. They were just like random. Like, I mean, if I go to my YouTube channel now, there was ones like, 3 ways to have more clarity. It was like, who's that for? It wasn't for anybody. It wasn't even for gyms. It was just, I felt like I want to start speaking to the world in more of a broad way, even though some of my mentors said, oh, you won't get clients doing that, blah, blah, blah. And they were right to an extent, but because I did it, I had people that were like messaging me. It was 8:30 in the morning. I would do this video. People were messaging me at 8:31. Are you doing a video today? I've been on Facebook. You're not on yet.
Oh, sorry?
I had people messaging me at 8:31 in the morning, texting me saying, are you doing a video today? Because I'm on Facebook and you're not on yet. So there's people that started waiting for the video because they knew it was always 8:30.
Okay.
And they were just random musings. Like one of my mentors said, don't do your content for other people, do it for you. One of my mentors says he does his content and it's like a therapy session. He said it's just a chance for him to just speak out everything that's on his mind like a therapy session. And then it's out and it's like, gets on with his day. So
Cool.
going against the grain of niching, because we've been speaking about that with others for a while, and you probably already got a bit from what I've said to them. If all you did was start speaking out your thoughts and feelings to the people, to the world online, that there's a lot to be said for that. So what I'm trying to say to you, Berit, and to everybody is, it doesn't matter how good your niche is, if you're not brand worthy yourself, if people don't feel you, it doesn't matter how good your slogan or your tagline is, they're not going to buy into you. And going back to our call the other day, there was just a real level of integrity and sincerity that I feel that there would be a significant, not saying that you just want to work with women, but I'd be a significant amount of women that would see that and hear you, and they would be like, oh, I'd love to have the courage to speak like that, to be like that.
Cool. Thanks a lot. I would really like to start doing that. So actually, maybe I can contribute to other people with where I am, what I know.
Yeah. And if you got any fear about getting out there on video, just say, I'm not doing this video for other people. I'm doing it for me as light therapy.
Yeah,
do it for you, because there's things on your mind that are bothering you. Do it for you.
Yeah.
But and then the only caveat I say to that is, make sure you have a structure and a framework so that the audience member doesn't switch off, because it sounds like you're talking about yourself.
Yeah.
even though you are talking about yourself,
Yeah.
they can see what's in it for them. So for example, I've got a vlog that I'm going to do, this week's vlog, which I'm behind, I haven't done it yet. I'm going to do it on the lunch break. And it's all around like happiness and joy and fulfillment and stuff. And it's ultimately just things I'm learning about myself, but I'm going to deliver it in a way so that the viewers, which might be you, can see what is in it for them, and that it isn't just about me just talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the simple way to do
Cool.
that just so you know, is title, story,
Title, story.
moral or call to action. So it's title of the video,
Quote.
story to illustrate. So title, story to illustrate, 2 or 3 points. The moral of the story is call to action, which is like, if you've enjoyed this video, give me a like or a heart, or if you've enjoyed this video, message below what you got out of it, for example. So all my videos, the Miles More Motivation videos, they were all like that. Title, story, 3 points, moral of the story, call to action.
Yeah. Go.
Cool, good.
Yeah.
Well
I'm
done,
so
Barrett.
good. Thank you.
No, you're good. Well done, Barrett. Thank you for your honesty and your vulnerability. All right, who we got next? Let's have a look. Oh, it's because I got kicked out of Zoom, I can't see the 5. So let me just go onto the other device so I could see who's next. Anita, let me bring you on. We'll make Anita the last one, then we'll break for lunch. Anita, you are unmuted.
Yes, I raised my hand because I wanted to say something regarding what you were talking to Barrett about, and
Yeah.
it's also lovely with the yesterday's post, which I dig out of your old videos, being a boss and being a leader. And we have to start from, so Barry, it's also to you, because you've got it in you, girl. You just need to become a leader of your own life and take that leadership and ownership into your hands and just go for it. And stop thinking what anybody thinks about it. Who cares what anybody thinks about? We love you. You love yourself. That's what matters. And you've got so much to share, being amazing you. Don't try to be anybody else. Just be you. This is the worst thing we do. And I struggle with this. That's why I struggle with my niche, because I want to work with women, but the women are just not teachable, not the one around me. And I am just so frustrated about it, because instead of being themselves, they want to be somebody else. And that's the biggest problem when I find with working with women, because they've got everything and they don't know. And I can see that biggest problem is that they want to be somebody else instead of being themselves. And as long as this is not acknowledged, there's no work which can be done. And that's why I'm going to start to change my niche and work more with men, because the men are actually much easier to work with. Believe me, I'm working with men all my life. I'm surrounded by men all my life. I'm just struggling with women because and also because we are not learn the balance of the energy, that you can be feminine, but also sometimes in life, especially when you build your business, you need to embrace that masculine energy of bossing up, of leadership, of and it doesn't mean that you have to lose as a woman, because in your private life, in your personal life, who you are as a feminine, how you handle yourself, you can be still gentle and feminine. But then if it comes to business, you need to make that boss moves, and sometimes you have to be fearless and tough. And women we are not taught to be resilient. We are not taught to be tough. And in a business, that's why the most successful women, you have to acquire those or bring it out, because we all have it inside of us, and is that either a desire or passion for success, or it's either desire and passion for purpose, for what's in your heart and it's burning and you need to just talk about it. That's what I do, and So yeah,
It sounds to me, Anita, it sounds to me like you're very passionate about women being a certain way, right?
yeah, just being themselves, really. Yeah.
So basically, if you decide to go and work with men instead of helping women, you're being a wimp.
Yeah, I actually realized that when you were talking to, I think, Rahia about her hair, and we were actually the whole topic.
And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way.
Yeah,
What I mean is,
I have a laugh. You know me, Miles. I can take it on my chest.
What I mean is, it would be easy to just go and work with men but here's another thing. It's really important. This is for everybody. It's really important that you catch yourself when you're in generalizations.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we speak beliefs like they're truths, and they're not. They're just beliefs. So, and Anita said some belief-based statements around women, and I always challenge and say, is that true? Because I don't believe it is true. But even if I don't believe it's true, what I believe doesn't mean what I believe is right or what you believe is right. But it's about knowing that we're speaking in beliefs and not truths. For example, we all need. Hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second. You won't get the insight if you're talking. If we all need oxygen to breathe. If we don't have oxygen to breathe, we die. That's a truth. We're all going to die one day. That's a truth. And then you could go on. There's not that many truths. Most of the things in our life that we live by are beliefs. The problem is, if a belief helps us grow, great. If it doesn't help us grow, it can hinder us. So if we have a belief like this, people are this way or people are that way, that can limit our growth. So it's really important that we all are aware of when we're speaking out beliefs that might actually be doing more harm than good. So based on that then, Anita, getting into your slot, which of the stages are we speaking to today?
Well, I think the niche is not really a problem for me because main reason is to be a spiritual life coach, which means connect spirituality and psychology for healing. That's my purpose. So there is and I can add things into it, whatever, but that doesn't really matter for me. I think when you were talking, I was thinking first the niche, but I think then promoting is probably something which I mostly struggle with.
Okay. And tell me, what most scares you about promotion? What's your biggest fear on promotion?
What's going on? It's not even maybe my fear. It's just probably the frustration that I'm not gonna get the results I want.
Okay, so you're doing the future pacing thing of not being in the now but in the future. So that won't help. And that energy of I won't get there, because then in trying to get there, it's almost like whether we want to believe it or not, we will give off a vibe to people that we're actually not wanting to be here, we're wanting to be somewhere else. And I know that you and I, we've spoken on a personal level about some plans that you have in your life to change and to grow and evolve and all that stuff, which is understandable, but it's also a balance. So if you talk about promotion in the here and now, so you said biggest fear is that it won't work. What have you tried so far in promotion? What are you doing?
Well, if it does come to my coaching, not really much, though that's the truth. So I need motivation.
Okay.
I'm doing everything I can't find a way to connect what I'm doing, like my podcast coaching as well. So I'm trying to find a way how to express that and maybe use my podcast or open another one to be able to talk about coaching, because the way I find myself expressing when I'm talking, and like even if I do speak about my beliefs, I do talk about it. It's my reflection and it's my personal experience, but I always open the window for a conversation. And I am here actually because I think that's what the leader does. I am here to trigger those conversations which are difficult and we usually do avoid, but those are the only one we grow from. And it's not about me being right. It's about making people to think or reflect or reevaluate. And I also learned so much. I had so many stories here and I've learned so much. And I added it 2 A4 piece of paper notes from it. So that means by talking and sharing experiences, and even we learn so much from each other. And that's what it's all about. So that's my main purpose, really, to open that conversation, to open people to to be free to express.
So tell me, Anita, you don't have to speak in stages right now. Regarding your coaching, what's most critical to resolve right now?
Get me motivated, maybe believe again that it's gonna work, because I might maybe my motivation has fallen down because first of lack of time a little bit, and being overwhelmed with everything, and I had to put something on the side, but I'm just feeling like I always get that pull back. So for me, when I'm even trying to change the way or priorities, but I am pulled back into actually putting time, even making time for academy, that means for me that I should go in that direction. And what I only need is a little bit of motivation and making extra time to do it.
Okay, cool. So before I talk about motivation, stage one performance, if you had to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 for the past 3 months, where would you rate your performance? 10 is like world class, Anita. 1 is not the best, Anita. Where would you rate yourself?
You mean towards the coaching?
No, performance meaning just every day, last 3 months, just your focus, your mindset, your habits, your state management, your exercise habits, sleep, nutrition, who you're spending time with, who you're listening to. Where would you rate that? 10 is like top full potential, Anita, literally the best you could ever possibly be. 1 is
7.
Okay, good. My mentor, one of my mentors would say, do the 1 out of 10 thing, but don't allow them to pick 7, because 7's such a safe zone. So let me remove the 7. So you're not allowed to pick 7.
Because
6,
I want to say 7 more towards 6 than 8.
Okay, cool. I like it. Thank you for that. So 6. Okay, great. So what would you need to do? You're allowed to say 7 now. What would you need to do to move up to a 7? What would be a simple, practical thing that you'd have to do to move up to a 7?
Make time.
Okay. For what specifically?
Well, for what I'm complaining about, which means that I'm struggling to put time into coaching. So actually realize that there is some way my priority, because I'm thinking about it and I'm making an effort on other things, but I'm not actually making an effort to make it successful for myself. So yeah. So
Okay.
making that
Okay.
slot in my day.
Yeah. So and then because you've so eloquently come up with that as a solution, why have you not actioned that already?
I don't know. That's an honest answer.
Yeah, good. And I'm glad that you were so honest, because here's the thing. It's really interesting when you ask people, what could you do to improve? And they always know what to do. And they go, well, why are you not doing it then? And they're like, I don't know. And that's really good, because if you did know, we wouldn't be having this conversation and you'd just be doing it, right? So it probably goes back to the thing that we spoke about, which is motivation. You know the word motivation. I often break it down, motive to take action. So I could sit here and intellectualize and tell you, you need to come up with a list of reasons why you're doing coaching. Let me ask you, by the way, do you have a list of reasons up on a board somewhere why you're doing it?
Of course.
Great, perfect. So the next thing that I ask around performance is like, it's just a rhetorical question. You don't have to say yes to all of these or no. It's like, are you setting up your day with exercise? Are you working out in the morning? Are you eating the right foods? Are you getting the right amount of sleep? Are you spending time doing personal development throughout the course of the day in between when you're working? Are you intentionally holding yourself accountable by posting where you need some motivation and support in the academy group? Are you doing these things? Now you can answer yes or no.
Some of them, but not all.
Okay, cool. So the ones that you're not doing, how about we just say you're going to post in the group after today what you're committed to doing in that area that you've not been doing, and we just go from there.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Here's something that I will say about these days in general. Coaching isn't meant to be magical, but there's always some magic. So there's nothing that I can say in this moment that's going to magically get Anita to change. It's just not It's not how it works. It's like Anita arriving at a gym saying, I want to have a body like Jennifer Lopez and I want to have it now. It's just not going to happen. It takes time. It takes time. It was a frame of reference. It wasn't an insult, I promise. The point I'm making here is everything that we want takes time. It takes patience. We've got to put the work in. So there's nothing I can say here in this moment that's going to magically change everything for Anita. But the point is, you're here. You've admitted you're a 6. You're going to think about some things that need to get you to a 7. Let's speak to the time thing for a second. So
magic, I will not mind if you could send that magic a little bit.
Okay. So when you speak about time and making the time, tell me something that you feel like you're not making the time for. Is it inviting people to trailers with you? Like, for example, is that something that you're not making the time for?
I did my what I have planned for January. I did have, and as you know, probably I did not have any positive answer, but it's not something which put me off. I mean, the answers no, it's not something what put me off. It's just like I know I put it on the back burner because I think it's not my priority. But at the end of the day, I still feel like I'm here and I'm making time for others as well, or being in service, but then I'm not making time for myself really to progress. So I need to reprioritize and reevaluate my list and actually make that time for myself as well to make it happen for me.
Great. So what's one thing that you could do this week, a simple habit that would constitute you making time for yourself?
Find that 1 hour, put it in the planner and actually do it.
But what's the
Over
thing,
my head.
what's the thing that you would do in the hour that constitute? Because here's the thing, if you create the time slot but you don't have a compelling thing to do, you can say, for example, in winter I'm terrible at getting up really early, like 5 a.m. in the summer. I'm up at 5 a.m. every day in the summer. In the winter it's more like 6:30. But if I have a compelling reason to get up, like we're going somewhere or Saturday needs me to get up because we've got something to, then I'm up. So what's the thing that you could do in that hour that's so compelling that constitutes time for you that would make you go, oh my God, I can't wait for that hour? What would that be?
Knowing that I can move to London faster.
Great. Park that for a second because we're not there. Let's talk about the here and now. What's something you can do today, tomorrow, this week that constitutes you giving an hour to yourself? What is it?
I could definitely cut off some of my other favorite things I'm doing and make that 1 hour.
Great. So what's something, if you had an hour now to just do whatever you wanted to do within the boundaries of where you are and where you live, what would that one thing be?
Oh, what would just in general, not
Yeah.
regarding.
Yeah.
Oh, I would sleep.
Great. So what can you do today to give yourself the gift of more sleep?
Go earlier to bed.
Great. And what would be the benefit of that?
I would be less miserable tomorrow.
Okay. And what would be the benefit of that?
Then maybe I could be more proactive and productive.
Okay. And what would be the benefit of that?
I would make that 1 hour.
Okay. And then what would be the benefit of that?
Then I wouldn't have to be a pain in the bum on the next Master Coach Academy.
And what would be the benefit of that?
I would be very happy that I actually made that time.
Great. And what would be the benefit of that?
Everybody will be happy around me.
Okay. And how will that impact you in terms of your coaching? How will that benefit you?
I think if I am more positive, then my coaching is much better. Even the message which I'm sending is much better. Because when I'm miserable, I mean, I can be sometimes harsh. I know that. And I always want to express, I always think that we can say whatever we want to, but in a respectful way. And I know that when I'm sometimes tired or not at my best, then I can speak my truth in a very harsh way. And it's not being inconsiderate, because I've got acknowledgement of it. I always apologize, but you know, I don't want to apologize. I would like to not to be miserable and have to apologize. And also, you know, when I do even my podcast, sometimes I've noticed that, you know, when I am in a better mood, then my message comes across completely different. And when I'm not, then it's not listen or come. Even when I really listen to myself, I find it like, oh, I could have said that differently, or I can hear in my voice that, you know, it's not spoken from the heart. It's more anger and frustration there than, you know, actually message from the heart. And my purpose is to speak from the heart, to always speak with love, even if I talk about difficult things. So that's something I'm working on. But that comes from frustration and tiredness, and sometimes, and just, you know, not having enough time in the day. And being on my own, everything. So, you know, it's just sometimes like I usually, you know, say I roar and then I let everybody know, leave me alone, because I need to just take a deep breath. So, yeah, I know myself very well, so, you know, it's easy for me to, but, you know, it doesn't mean that because I know myself very well that I don't struggle. I do. I think sometimes you struggle even more if you know yourself very well.
I agree.
Because you know what to do, still not doing this, and like then you have to, you know, feel like 5 years old in front of your peers. You know, I don't know even why I'm doing this to myself, but I'm doing this, and you know, that is the truth. And as you know, I'm very transparent. I'm always gonna say how it is.
Yeah.
And if it sounds
good. So Anita, here's what I want you to do. I want you to, as tactical and as granular, as unmagical as this sounds, I'd like you to, if you're willing, post in the Master Coach Academy group, just for accountability, the time that you're committing to going to bed, as a way of everybody that's here knows that they're expecting to see a message from you saying, I'm off to bed, because I know you've said that's the thing that could have such a positive impact on your state. So decide when that time is, and then decide when you're going to post that in the group, what time, like straight before bed, and then do that for, let's say, the next 7 days, or as long as you feel you need it, until you feel like you don't need that accountability anymore.
okay. I'm going to bed really late, so I'm going to be reasonable here. So don't expect that I'm going to say 10 o'clock, because 10 o'clock is when I start my evening. It's probably going to be, I've got my assignment to work on. So if I could go to bed at 1 instead of 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, that would make a big change.
So for you, 1 would be better than the usual 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, perfect. So we'll expect to see messages in the group around 1 a.m. then to say off to bed. So then we know, based on what you've said, that that you're sticking to that.
Okay, cool.
Amazing. Well done, Anita. Well done, well done, well done. All right, okay. I'm going to send you all off for a well-earned lunch break. So I'm going to send you all off for lunch. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you, you've got the option really to have lunch in breakout room format, or have lunch independently by yourself. It's really entirely up to you, whatever you'd like to do. So I'm going to open up just a couple of rooms, really. I don't think we need to be any more than that. And I'm going to give you until 2 o'clock for lunch. So it is 1:10 now. So you can have until 2 p.m. for lunch. When we come back, we're going to be doing our strategic planning for February. And then we're going to be jumping into more hot seat mentoring for those of you who I see, maybe Fatiha, Wendy, Naomi, Tina, and anybody else that wants to have some more time in the hot seat. All right. So breakout rooms are open. Feel free to use them and have lunch with your peers or by yourself. and we'll be back online in 50 minutes. See you soon. Have a good lunch break. All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, welcome back. That, musical pause. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch break. All right, so here's what we're going to do now. We're going to spend time planning. Can you all just hear me okay? Just drop a 1 in the comments. Just let me know you can hear me okay. It's just not coming up on my second screen. Just let me know you can hear me. Perfect, great. Good, excellent, thank you. I don't know what's going on with the Wi-Fi today, but we will march on regardless. All right, okay, so just quick reminder before we go any further. Next Academy Day is February 25th, public speaking masterclass. From the person who can't get his words out. That will be a really, really fun day. I was spending a lot of time really talking about the psychology and the structure of how to present in a way that has a person move towards enrolling in your program, product, service, etc. So make sure you've got Saturday, February 25th in your diary. All right, okay, let's plan your February. So let's get into planning your February. You know, we do this every single month. The reason why we do this is because most unsuccessful coaches, the reason why they're unsuccessful from a business point of view is because they have no structure, no plan. They just work to to-do lists and just make it up as they go along. And the problem with that is if you don't have a structure and a plan and look at what could go wrong and what you need to do to mitigate those things, then ultimately you're destined to fail, because the saying goes, prepare to fail to plan, you're preparing to fail, right? So really important that we have a structured strategic plan every single 30 days. And from my experience, I believe that when you plan strategically and follow that plan by attending the weekly accountability calls so that you're basically being held to the implementation of that plan, it will increase the likelihood of you being successful and getting what you want outcome-wise at the end of February. So let's get in. So 30-day plan, grab a fresh sheet of paper and let's dive in. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to think first in terms of what success looks like. We're going to work on, as we always do, 3 outcomes. First one I recommend is a coaching business outcome, because that's why you're here. Second one, entirely up to you. Maybe you'll pick a health one or a financial one or something. Third one, again, entirely up to you. But I always recommend that you start off with a coaching business outcome first. So when I say outcome, I want you to think about it in terms of the metrics that we worked on Monday night, if you were there. An end outcome, the language of business is revenue and profit. So if you want me to kind of give you advice on what I think should be an outcome, then I think an outcome should be how much cash you've collected. Because whichever way you paint it, oh, but Miles, you know, I'm not focused on that right now. If you want guarantee that you can see, basically, if you want guarantee that you can keep your coaching business going, eventually it's got to generate income. So if at the end of February you set a financial target and you don't hit it, well, now you know maybe you need to do something different to hit it next month. But ultimately, if we want to get your coaching business to a point where it can keep going and it can pay you and that's the only income that you're doing, then obviously one of the key outcomes and the key drivers of that has to be income. So my suggestion is that you do one of these outcomes as I have earned X amount of money from my coaching in February. You don't have to. That's just my recommendation. All right, okay, I'm going to camera off because you don't need me for this bit. You just need the slides and a little bit of music just to help stimulate your thinking. So I want to give you just a minute to think about your first outcome. Fatia has asked, what is a reasonable income for the month? I can't answer that, Fatia, because everybody's different. It's like saying in the corporate, it's like saying in the job world, what is a reasonable amount of money to be earning as a salary? I can't really answer that for Tia, unfortunately. Yeah, it would be out of integrity for me to say, well, the average fee for a coaching session is $180, which I believe it is. I don't know for Tia. I don't know, because I don't know how much energy you're going to put into marketing it. I can't give you an answer to that. Like the mastermind group that I'm in, if I said to my mentor, how much money should I expect to earn this month? He'd be like, I don't know, because I don't know what you're going to physically do, right? So forgive me for not answering that. I just don't think there's an answer. It's like if you're in the gym and somebody said, what weight should I expect to lose this month? The trainer, if they're good, would say, well, it depends. Depends on your diet. It depends on how much you train. So there's a lot of things to think about. And maybe for Tia, when we have a one-to-one shortly, we can talk about it. But forgive me for not giving you an answer. It's because I don't know. I don't know the answer. You're probably going to know the answer better than I would do. So yeah, hope you understand why I've not answered that. All right, okay. So outcome number 1, have a think about what that is. So think about what success would look like if it were the end of February. Maybe how much money have you made? How many clients have you got? Be as specific as possible. And those of you that are maybe like, I already know it, I'm ahead of the game, please move on to the next thing. Here's what I want you to do once you've got that down. What is the number 1 reason why you want to achieve that outcome? So if you've got your outcome, what is the number 1 reason why you want to achieve that outcome? All right, so assuming that you've got your number 1 reason down, here's what I now want you to think about. I now want you to think about, and this is slightly different than you had if you were here last month. I want you to think in terms of 5 bold moves. So what that means is, let's pretend it was Naomi, for example. Think about your outcome, and then think about if there were only 5 things that you needed to do to make that happen, what would those 5 things be? For example, I'm going to use the fitness analogy again, just because it's a simple one and everybody generally gets it. If you had an outcome to achieve a certain amount of weight loss by the end of a month, your 5 bold moves might be, you like go to the gym 3 or 4 times a week, eat the diet plan, stick to the diet plan that I've signed up for, minimum 7 hours sleep a night, drink the required amount of water that you commit, drink 3 liters of water, whatever you're committed to. That's 4. If all you did was drink the right amount of water, get the right amount of sleep, do the training plan, eat the diet, there's a high likelihood, as long as the trainer is, which is why I didn't answer Fatia's question, as long as the trainer can say, based on a 7-day period, the realistic weight loss based on your age, your metabolic rate, and all that scientific stuff that's above my knowledge base. Based on that, it is realistic scientifically that you could achieve this result in 7 days. So in coaching, if it were me and I was looking at number of cash collected, all I'd be focused on is how many people did I invite to trailer? How many trailers did I deliver? How many no's did I collect? That's all I'd be focused on. And maybe like one social post a day or something like that. That might be something that I would have in there as well. But yeah, that would be me thinking back to at the beginning when I had no paid advertising. I just had my social media profiles. That was it. That's what I was doing. So think about those bold moves now.
I sit awake asking who am I on the starlight. Who am I to you? My head is upside down. Can't you hear me shouting out loud? I've done everything that I can do. So who am I? Who am I to you? If there's something that you need to hide, this time I'll be fine. All I'm asking is you shed some light. Who am I to you? I'll be walking on a bridge of lies, one step at a time. All I'm asking is you shed some light. Who am I to you? I run away with my mind again.
All right, assuming that you've got those 5 bold moves down, next question is, or statement is, if I don't do the required bold moves, what's it going to cost you? So if you don't do those bold moves, what will be the consequence?
I've done everything that I can do. So who am I? Who am I to you? If there's something that you need to hide, this time I'll be fine. All I'm asking is you shed some light. Who am I to you? I'll be walking on a bridge of lies, one step at a time. All I'm asking is you shed some light. Who am I to you? I've done everything that I can do. Who am I to you? I've done everything that I can do. Who am I to you?
All right, next one for those of you that are ready. Think now on the flip side of that. When you do those bold moves, what are you likely to gain? The obvious one is clients, etc. What are you going to gain when you do those bold moves? What are you going to get out of it? What's the positive side?
Lie down, let it out. Pressure too high got me on the ground. Open my eyes, I can feel it now. Twist up, let it go. Dulling myself with the chemicals. Another long night with my thoughts alone. I'm trying my best, but I'm a hoarder. Gotta find a way to make some space. Building up a wall to make a border.
next one. Assuming that you've got something down, what are the blind spots? What are the things within my control that could prevent me from hitting my outcomes? So your outcome, what are you not seeing? Assuming that there's some things that might be blind spots. What are the things within your control that could prevent you from hitting your outcome? Maybe you didn't do the invitations that you said you were going to do, for example. What are the blind spots? Maybe you didn't look after your emotional state, didn't set yourself up appropriately for the day. What are some things that could get in the way?
Gotta find a way to make some space. Building up a wall to make a border and escape. So I can carry the weight of the world in my head. Carry the weight of the world. I'm trying my best. So I can carry the weight of the world.
All right, so thinking about those blind spots a little bit further. So if you think about those blind spots and you've now revealed them so that they're not blind spots anymore, what can you do to prevent those blind spots from happening in reality? So now assuming that you're aware of the blind spot, what can you do about it? What are you committed to doing? So if, let's say, you said that you were going to commit to, let's say a blind spot for you was, I didn't do invitations to trailer, you might say, to prevent that from happening, I'm going to make sure that I'm on the accountability session every week with the team to verbalize the numbers of invitations I'm committed to doing. And then I have to be reporting on those numbers the following week. And I don't want to be the one on the session who didn't do the numbers that they said they were going to do. That's why we brought this in, so that it makes it harder for you to fail. That's why we brought in the metrics process. So what can you do to prevent the blind spot from happening in reality?
Heaven on the run, boats on Alpha Gun. Did you really think I wouldn't catch up? Go back to your heart, watch and use the guard. Baby, I would follow you through the dark. I will touch me, but not when I'm low. Baby, you're not a guarantee when I never know. Let go until so low, until I can't quite get away from your touch. When I'm alone, you're not too lonely. And when I'm low, you're getting busy. I can try my best to get you off my mind.
All right, good. Okay, so those of you who are ready, you feel like you've done that one, we're just now going to repeat the process with the second outcome. It is entirely up to you if you want to do another business outcome. For example, maybe you want to do something related to your commitment to produce content on social media, for example, like we were talking about with Berit. Maybe there's something to do with networking. It can be something coaching business related, or it can be something personal related. Completely up to you. You kind of got a little bit more freedom with this second and third outcome. So take a moment and think, if it were the end of February, what else would you like to have achieved other than the revenue that we've just spoke about? Maybe it's maybe you want to start a new group coaching program, and there's some things that you want to do to get that up and running. Have a think now about what you'd like your second outcome result to be by the end of February.
I don't wanna go to bed if I can't wake with you. I don't wanna make a plan if it ain't a plan for two. Cause there ain't nobody, no, ain't nobody quite as good. Think that you're the one I want, but I know that I shouldn't. I just care about you and I just care about you and I just care about you and
All right, next one. What's the number one reason that you want to achieve that outcome? So once you've got your outcome down, what is the number one reason that you want to achieve that outcome?
I don't wanna make a plan if it ain't a plan for two. 'Cause there ain't nobody, no, ain't nobody quite as good. Think that you're the one I want, but I know that I shouldn't care. But you like a drug. When I'm with you, I'm fine. When you're with me, I don't feel no pain. When I'm with you, I'm fine. I just care about you and I.
And I'm just going to start running through these slides now, because now you know the drill. 5 bold moves that you must take in order to hit the outcome. Next question's on the screen. If I don't do the required actions, what will it cost me?
I don't know what to say. Is it high? Is it hey? Okay, that's too big. Words are hard. Everybody's gay. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Wish I could stay away from this. I don't know what to say. I've always been this way. Fuck. Words are hard. Everybody's different, and that's okay. I don't know what to say.
Next question, what are you going to get out of it when you complete those actions? What are you going to gain?
Quick, think of something. I'm not sure that I'm right for this conversation. Half a smile, walk away. Again, I'm sorry. I don't really get these social cues. There's no excuse for a lack of words. Thought I'm pretty self-aware, but apparently I'm not. So I don't know what to say. I've always been this way. Fuck. Words are hard. Everybody's different, and that's okay. I don't know what to say.
What about blind spots? What's within your control that could get in the way? What's within your control that could get in the way?
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. see what I'm made of, and what it is I need. Am I enough? That's all I want to be.
All right, next question. What are you going to do about those blind spots? What are you going to do about those blind spots?
Anything you want, I will do for you. Everything you need, I will give to you. Nothing in the world that can stop me too. All I need to hear is I'm proud of you. Am I enough? Will I ever be worthy of love? Or am I too blind to see what I'm made of, and what it is I need? Am I enough?
All right, those of you that are ready, one more outcome. Final outcome, maybe pick something now that's more personal, maybe something to do with health, wealth, relationship. Maybe a trip you want to go on, something you want to reward yourself with. What's that third outcome? What's the third thing that you would want to have at the end of February? And once you know your outcome, what's the number one reason you want to achieve that outcome? Your 5 bold moves. What are your 5 bold moves that you must take in order to hit the outcome? next one, if you don't do the required major actions, what's it going to cost you? Next one, when you do the major actions, what are you going to gain? And when you're ready, blind spots, what are the things within your control that could prevent you from hitting your third outcome? And then those of you that are ready, what are you going to do to prevent those blind spots? All right, and time. Well done, everybody. Well done. Hopefully you got some good things down in that section. If you didn't finish it, then now you know the process, you know the framework. Remember, it is pretty straightforward to do. If you want to spend more time on that, then please do. I recommend you do. I sometimes spend up to 2 days in full planning my 30-day plan. So obviously today is very much a mini version, but now you know the framework of how to plan that out. In addition to your 30-day plan, just to remind you of what we call the weekly outcome activator, which we're using in the accountability calls. You all should have access to this PDF. You also should have access now to a Google spreadsheet that is created by me and the lovely Hillary, which you now can use to track your weekly performance. If you haven't posted numbers in the sheet for this week, please do. Otherwise, it's very difficult for me to coach you and mentor you. If I don't know what I'm working with, it's really impossible for me to help you get where you want to get to, because ultimately I don't know what your target is. If you don't know where you want to get to, then it's difficult. So make sure, if you haven't, that you start filling in that sheet, and make sure you're on those calls on Monday. At a minimum, make sure you fill in the sheet before the session at 7, so that me and Hillary can check in and coach you and cajole you, because we want to keep you moving forward, right? Really, really important. And then in addition to that, highly recommend that you're not working to do lists, you know, especially those of you that are in full-time jobs and busy. You know, Anita talked about not having the time. Really important that you focus on outcomes rather than actions. So if you're working, you're busy, you know, the first 18 months of my coaching business, I was working in a phone shop. So I had to work and hustle in the evening and the weekend. And one of the ways that I did that is just being really clear on what my primary outcome for the week was. And I literally just focused on that and not like on everything I've got to do. So what do you want? Remember the way to plan your week. This is the way that I plan my week. The middle column first, what do I want? So you might put 2 new clients. Why do I want it? Well, that's the number one reason why, which you've just filled in. How can I best achieve it? You might write, do 35 invitations to trailer, for example. And then you can put personal things in there as well. So in mine, it might say, be a really loving husband, be a joyful father, eat, live and train like an athlete. These are actually the kind of stuff that I write down. And then why do I want that? I'm clear about those reasons. How am I going to best achieve it? I'm clear about the habits and the rituals that I need to make that happen. All right, so here's what we're going to do now. I'm going to skip over the integration mastermind for the benefit of time. And I'm instead going to give you a 5-minute break, literally 5-minute comfort break to nip to the toilet, hydrate, grab coffee, whatever you need. On the other side of the 5-minute break, we're going to go straight back into hot seat mentoring, because there's a few people here who haven't had hot seat time yet. So I want to make sure that you have the time for that before we finish. So 5-minute break, literally 5 minutes. You'll know we're back on because I'll be playing some music. So go and have a quick break and I'll see you in 5. See you in a minute. All right, bring yourself back, everybody. We're going to restart now. Bring yourself back. Cameras up. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. Put my posh glasses back on. They're fake, by the way. They're the blue light glasses. My mum said to me, "Oh, have you got glasses?" I said, "No, Mum, I've just got the blue light blocking glasses," which scientifically, well, it says on Google that they work. So this is why I'm wearing them. All right. Okay. So let's get back into the session. Something just I'm curious about, maybe put it in the comments or even just make a note of it. I'm curious for yourself. What's been your biggest breakthrough moment today? What's been your biggest aha moment? Love to feel free to put that in the chat. What's been your biggest kind of aha moment or breakthrough? Love to know. Also, something really just rhetorical for you to just think about is kind of as a result of what we've been through today, what are the things that you're going to be most focused on this next month? What are the things that you're now recognizing that are the most important things for you to do this next month? And then final, again, really a rhetorical thing just for you to just think about. I don't need to be filling this in the chat, but what's the first step that you need to take to move forward? So those bold moves that you've wrote down, maybe just have a look at them and think, the order that you've written them might not be the order that you need to do them. What's the first bold move that you need to take for you to move forward on hitting those outcomes? And then another thing that you want to consider doing is you want to consider having due dates and deadlines next to each of those bold moves. So I definitely recommend, so when I strategically plan, I will always have deadlines. So I'll always have like a date that it has to be completed by, and I have my team hold me accountable to that. So you want to consider putting dates next to each of your actions. And then you also want to maybe consider who can hold you accountable to doing what you've said that you're going to do. You could make it really simple, post in the Academy group, utilize the weekly accountability coaching, message it to me, doesn't really matter, but just having someone, who will that person be? And when are you going to tell them, hey, Berit, you're going to hold me accountable to this. I'm going to text you every day, whatever. I recommend personally that you use the Academy group because then I get to see it and use the Academy coaching calls as well. Just a reminder before we do the hot seat mentoring, some things that I said at the start of the day, Monday night accountability, 7 o'clock with Hillary. Make sure you're on for that and make sure you filled in your metrics before the meeting for this week and what you're going to project to do next week. Life map, Reem has told me, has been cancelled. It's been moved to March, so there won't be a life map this Thursday, just because we have a diary clash. So no life map on Thursday. The next one will be March, which is the 9th, I think, the Thursday, second weekend in March is when we have Life Map next, so ignore that. Master Coach is next weekend, 3rd to the 5th, if you want to redo that. We next have group coaching together Wednesday, 15th of Feb, so 2 weeks from now, 6 till 7:30 UK time. If you want to build your own certification like we have, then you're invited to attend the intensive 17th through 19th of February. If you're not yet enrolled on that and you want to have a call about that, just send me a private message and I can get that arranged. And the next Academy Day, public speaking masterclass, February 25th. All right, let's go back in. So a few people that I see, and you don't have to do it, but a few people that I know are here who haven't had time yet. Naomi, Tina, Fatiha, who have I missed? I think they're the main ones that I can see that are still here. If you want to come on, just put a 7 in the box, just so that I know that you're happy to have some hot seat attention, and I'll unmute you and bring you on. And for full transparency, today will effectively end once everybody's had their chance to had some coaching, and there'll be probably some chance for Q&A as well. All right, I see Fatiha's number in there first, so I will bring you on, then I'll come to Naomi. Hi, Fatiha.
Hi, Miles.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Good.
Can you
good.
see me? I don't know. I have issues today with my
yeah,
phone.
we see you. We see you.
Okay.
So tell us, which stage are we discussing today?
I was going by with 1 and 2 and then 4, and then obviously I have to choose. For 1, everything is except for my mindset. That's the one I wanted to discuss most. Okay. And you know, lately the last 2 months, so much diversity in my life, whether it's changing jobs or still having this issue with my boys, my 3 boys. Each one of them has his own issues and still depending on us, and trying to help them to solve their issues with them being stuck in their me, why it's me, why I'm having all this. So, and then financial situation, like retirement thing for my husband. So all this diversity in life, kind of like, you know, sometimes I get stuck with the way I think and the way I feel about things. Yeah, so lately this change of work I did, it gave me some peace. Okay, even though it's a bit long schedule, but I found peace where I'm going to focus more on myself. Okay, and not to care about. I don't want to sound like I'm selfish here, not to care about people, because I was so busy creating people to perform on their best and creating good teams. And in doing that, I forgot about being my own team, creating my own life, prioritizing. Okay, so and one of the main reason why I changed this, the job, because it will give me the chance to focus on myself. And so I feel right now, I feel very peaceful in this new job. Okay, I have the time to create myself. Like I started, I went back to the old school where I work in a British international school. So I have more working with, you know, students who speak the language, the English. Okay, and in working with them, I'm able to kind of like working with them in a program with the growth mindset, to have a growth mindset. And this new job really motivated me to create my own program. So, and I've been choosing a few topics, creating few topics. Maybe I have about 4 or 5 topics right there that I could have as kind of like a session or a script in there. So I feel very, you know, happy about that. Okay. So, but still that mindset always shifts between fixed mind, the thought I go. So this is really an issue for me, is a setback all the time. So, and that what makes it me struggling with creating invitations and movie trailers. So for a while, to be honest, I haven't been doing that. And I really want to move forward in that direction.
Cool.
So I
Okay.
thought today when you talked to Anita, I could relate and Barrett a lot to what you said to them. And it would be kind, like I felt really confident about the content, about Barrett, what you said to her about content, and Anita about what schedules, how the coaching she got, about how she feels about coaching and creating the time for that.
Great. So if we only had 15 minutes together, Fatia, and at the end you said this had been the best 15 minutes that we'd ever had, what would we have spoke about for that to be true for you today?
Mindset. Stage 1 performance mindset.
Okay. It's interesting what you were saying about fixed mindset, and I can't remember what the other side of the mindset is. I give up. Doesn't really matter. And I remember you talked about peace and the new role and things like that, which is great. There were some coaching questions I was going to say, but there's something I've learned over the years, is that, and it goes back to the Mark Manson book earlier about the illusion of happiness. So I believe that it is an illusion to, and it may be that when we get into this personal development space, here's something. I used to think that eventually I'd be fixed. I used to think that eventually I'd get to a point where I would have got to like the end of this rainbow, and I wouldn't then feel any negative things or feelings or emotions, and I wouldn't ever have any low periods and moments. And I realized that's just not possible. It's not possible. It is not possible to feel one certain set of emotions without feeling the opposite. Like, it's not possible to feel really joyful and positive without feeling negative. It's funny, the word negative, I think, gets bastardized by the personal development industry. People say, oh, I'm positive. And I go, why? What's wrong with negative? Because if you think about energy for a minute, Fatia.
Mm.
So this is a battery, right?
Yes, yeah.
That doesn't work if it doesn't have a positive side and a negative side.
Mm-hmm.
So most people think, because the personal development has wrote loads of books with the word positive in it, that you're only meant to experience that side and you're not meant to experience that anymore. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. So how about, what if your biggest problem meant to be a series of events where there's ups and downs and highs and lows, and that's just part of it. Like, there's a time to be asleep and there's a time to be awake. There's a time for breathing in, there's a time for breathing out. There's a time for being positive and there's a time for being negative. How about you don't have an issue with your mindset? How about you're maybe possibly perhaps believing that certain emotions that you feel, you're not meant to feel anymore. But actually, what if you are meant to feel those, and that those feelings are designed to give you an indicator that something is wrong, and maybe perhaps in feeling that something's wrong, it gives you a lesson that maybe something needs to change.
Mhm. Yeah, I can think about, because I grew up in, where emotion is a big thing, and we have this belief, or we're an emotional family. We're always crying. We're
I
always doing.
realize my, can you hear me, Fatiha, still?
Yes, yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you now.
so my Wi-Fi on the other device has crashed, so I'm just going to speak to you until it
Mhm.
resets itself. Carry on, Fatiha, what were you saying?
Yeah. So it was always this belief about family, like we're an emotional family, we're very sensitive family, where we cry a lot or something like that. Yeah. All these beliefs I grew up with. Okay. And why things happen to us. Okay. So even though, I've been working on myself, not that I don't need to be kind of like being negative, being accepting of myself that I have those lows. And this is when I have those lows, kind of low emotions. Maybe the best thing is, for example, take my son for a walk, or just go watch a movie, or do something that gets me out of that emotion. Okay. Or so I know now very I understand that I don't need to be happy. I need to accept myself, whether it is a negative or positive. So I do a lot of work on myself in that area. And I think for the last year, I created a lot of breakthroughs in that section of my life. Yeah. I don't know if yeah.
Yeah, well,
So
I mean, if I speak about our relationship, because that's the only relationship I've got to go on, in the year or so that I've known you're significantly different to some of our earlier. I remember an earlier conversation when I was in Lisbon, and I feel that you're the same person fundamentally, but your belief in yourself and your sense of center for me is considerably stronger than it was. And often it's not easy for us to see that ourselves, but I see it. So, and that's why reflecting is so important. But I see a significant change in you from a year ago.
Yeah, I see myself that way also, because when I changed a job, I used to do this job about being a head of KG section elementary, and it's something that I've been doing for a long time. Okay, if you came 2 years or 3 years or before COVID and you tell me change this job, it's not for you, I wouldn't accept it. But I did accept myself leaving that job, that passion, the job that I've been doing for a long time, for something, and I won't say better, okay, but different. I would say different. That would give me time and a peace of mind that I can focus on my coaching, okay. So I can now go home and I don't have to think about what I need to do to other people tomorrow, but I'm thinking about myself. How can I do what I can do for myself, okay, in my coaching, in my family, because of that peaceful mind, that freedom to have the time to do that. So definitely, yeah, I feel like there's so many things change in myself, within me. Yeah.
Good, amazing. So I'm curious then, Fatiha, what's not perfect yet? What do we need to talk about?
The coaching. Then I think coaching, being able to, for example, set when I say to myself, I'm gonna do invitation, for example, 25 invitation a week, I will be doing those. Okay. My struggle is, okay, sending invitation to whom? Okay, where? Okay, what is the procedure? Okay, is it platform? Is it, where do I send my invitation and to whom? So I think that's
Yeah, good question. So yeah, you sent me a message, didn't you, about your trailers? So what's working so far when it comes to invitations? What are you doing? How are you doing it? How have you been doing it so far?
No, I haven't been doing it since I've been struggling between the two jobs. I didn't plan
Oh,
anything.
but historically,
honest.
historically when you've done it, how have you done it?
Yeah, well, for example, I will send in Facebook, okay? I will be sending in Facebook and a free coaching session, and then people will say yes, okay? And then they will send me in Messenger, okay? And I will be sending them the recording in the Messenger and an invitation Calendly. Okay, so that's the way it is. And then after a while, I've been doing it, and then I wasn't receiving anything every time I do. So kind of like I stopped doing after I wasn't getting anything from Facebook. I stopped doing that.
Okay. So talk me through your numbers, Fatia. Roughly, how many invitations would you say you've sent out to invite people to a coaching experience with you? How many people have you invited to a coaching experience, roughly?
I will say maybe maybe 15 times every time I was saying 10.
So total, just let's say over the past 12 months, roughly, how many invitations have you sent?
Oh, yeah, 50.
Over the
50,
past
100.
12 months?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And how many
Just to
people
be
have said
honest.
no? How many people have said no? How many people have said yes, roughly?
Actually, whenever I said I was successful to get at least 9 people every time, which is good. Okay. And then I will say
stay with me a second, Fatia. Top level. Just give me numbers without I'm not being rude. Without the dialogue for a second, I just want to get some numbers written down.
Okay.
So over 12 months, 50 invitations total. How many people roughly said no to that?
Did you say 15 or 50?
You said 50, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
How many no's roughly?
Maybe 20.
Okay. How many yeses roughly?
About, let's say about 20, because yeah.
Okay, so out of 50, 20 no's, 20 yeses, and then 10 that just didn't reply.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, cool. And then how many paying clients have you got out of that 50?
I got 1 client.
Okay, good. So, and this is for everybody's benefit. So Fatia, I'm now going to give you some love and some tough love. Okay.
Okay.
So
ready.
So the love is you've taken some shots. You've done some invitations. The tough love is there's two strands of tough love here. One is in a 12-month period, 50 invitations for people to just have an experiential coaching call with you. That's not enough to build a coaching business. It's not enough in 12 months to do 50 invitations. It's just not enough. However, here's the positive for you, Fatia. You're not starting with 0. Out of you said earlier, oh, I'm just not getting any joy. You are getting joy. You've had 40 responses to 50 invitations. Your problem, Fatia, is the volume of messages is not high enough, but also, actually more important than that, your perspective's off. You're expecting more than you're getting. So actually, I'm looking at your data. Your biggest problem, Fatia, which is also your biggest opportunity, is your perspective's off. What do I mean by that? To have 40 responses to 50 invitations is actually really high. I know people that would say if they sent 50 invitations, they had 35 people just didn't even respond. So you've had, I'm terrible with maths, but you've had about 85% of people that you've sent a message to have said yes or no. No is a good thing, Fatia. That means they respect you enough to respond. You've had 20 yeses. 20 yeses out of 50, that's high.
Mhm.
And you've got one client. The good thing is you now know if all you did was 50 invitations, let's pretend you did 50 invitations in a month. You'd get a client every month. 12 months from now, you'd have 12 clients. So if you did that same thing that you've done in 12 months, once a month, you'd have 12 clients because you get one client a month based on that data.
Mhm.
So if you want 12
Yeah.
clients, all you've got to really do in the next 12 months, and I'm just going to simplify it for you. It doesn't have to be about Facebook or Messenger. You just have to connect with 600 people. 600 people knowing who you are, and you have 12 clients. So all you've got to do, Fatia, is ask yourself, what's the fastest way to meet 600 people? Maybe you go to a seminar that's got 600 people in it. Maybe you go to a networking event that's got 100 people in it, and you keep going. You've only got to meet and connect with 600 people. That's not a lot of people. That isn't a huge amount of people in a year. I'm not saying in a month. I'm saying you've got a whole year to meet 600 new people.
Mhm.
How many people would you say you've got as contacts across your emails and your social media and your phone book? Roughly.
Roughly a lot, but let's say about 450 maybe.
Okay. So there's
Mhm.
so there's 450 connections
Mhm.
you've already got. So you've actually only got to find 150 new connections and send 50 invitations a month to get 12 paying clients. So if you've got 50 invitations, divide that by 4 weeks, you need to do 12.5, let's say 13 voice messages a week. Divide that by 7, you've just got to do 2 a day. Do you think you could do 2 invitations to Trailer a day?
Yeah, so simple.
two-
Yeah, it's great.
So
Yeah.
if you see, this is what happens. A lot of people get overwhelmed. They think they've got so much to do. 2 invitations a day, and Fatiha has 12 clients by the end of the year. You might look at that and go, that's not very often. I could do 4. If you did 4 invitations a day, then you might, if the numbers stack up, you might have 24 paying clients. And now all of a sudden, does it seem a bit more normal and simple?
Yes, very much.
Cool. Now we could get into the tactical details of how do you get more of those no's to say yes, but because you've got 50% say yes and 50% say no, I think that's a pretty fair average. I think you got a really good average there. You messaged me about the quality of your invitation to Trailer. If you'd done 50 invites and got 50 no responses, I'd say, okay, yeah, maybe I need to listen to your invitation to Trailer. I don't need to listen to the invitations to Trailer for somebody who's got 20 no's and 20 yeses. You've had 40 engagements.
Yes.
That's really high out of 50 people. Like you're getting some people here, I don't know if you see the screen, but a few people are nodding, like as in there, because so that suggests that they think that that's really high, and they're going, fucking hell, I wish I had 20 people say no and 20 people say yes for 50.
Yeah, I was a bit myself amazed when I got, every time I get say 9 yeses. Yeah. So myself, I was amazed.
It's really high for Tia. So right now your problem is you're not doing enough of the thing that's obviously worked.
Mm-hmm.
That's your biggest problem. You just need to just repeat what already works, and to really reduce the overwhelm, because you've got a job, 2 invites a day. That's all you got to do. 2 invites a day, and also find the new 150 connections. But remember, you don't have to do that all in one go, because you've already got 450. So 150 connections divide by 12. You've got to add 12.5 new connections a month. So let's say 13 connections divided by 4 weeks. So you basically got to make 3 new connections a week. So you got to do 2 invitations a day, or that might be more if you're not going to do it on Saturday and Sunday. But if I were you and it was 2, I'd just do it quickly in the morning and get it done. 2 invitations a day plus 3 new connections. So you got to make 3 new friends a week. Do you think you can make 3 new friends in a week, Fatia?
Yes, yeah. And then
Cool.
yeah.
So 2 invites a day, 3 new friends a week. And some of you might listen to this thinking you want to model this as well, because it's just really designed to just simplify it down and just bring it down to like, what have I got to do today? You know, what's the saying? What was the book by Brian Tracy called? Eat That Frog. That's it.
Yes,
Eat
yeah.
the frog.
That frog.
Eat the frog. Do your 2 invites first thing in the morning. Get the frog out of the way.
Okay.
Fatia, has that been helpful for you?
Very much, Miles. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Yeah.
You're very
I
welcome.
think
Well
I'm
done,
very,
well done.
very clear about that right now.
Mindset isn't your problem. You've made loads of progress in that area. You just need to just do more.
Take action.
Just
Yeah,
do more
do more.
just do more invitations,
Mhm.
but not in an overwhelming big way. 2 invites a day. That's all you got to do. 2 invites a day. That's all you got to do.
And not to think about it too much. Just
Not
do
to
it.
think about it too. And if you ask me, get it done as early as possible, because then you're
Yeah.
not going to overthink. Get in state, do your yoga, do your morning prayer, do your workout, whatever you need to do, and then off you go.
Okay, great.
Well
Thank
done,
you very
Fatia.
much, Miles.
Well done, well
Thanks
done. You're
a
very
lot.
welcome.
Thanks.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you.
Naomi, I'm coming to you.
Oh, where's it? Oh, hiya.
Hello,
Sorry.
Naomi. Okay.
Sorry. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I suppose then, I felt like I just should come on really, if I'm honest, Miles. But I suppose if we're going to look at which stage I'm at, I suppose it would be stage 4. But then saying that, I'm looking at it as the lead generation. But if I'm honest, I know the answer. I just need to do more. I mean, I want to take full accountability about it. I need to do more. I know my figures and I know my stats. I think when we spoke some months ago, I think it was 1 in 7 people I've had to invite, and then I got a trailer. And I've actually looked at my 10 trailers I did. I got 3 yeses, so I got 3 sales from it, which is 30%. But I just need to do more, which is obviously part of what I've been doing. And and as you know, like I wasn't well and stuff like that. So it's just knowing what you need to do, really, I guess, and just having that self-belief. But I feel like my stage 1 to 3, I've definitely, like, throughout this time with you, I feel like I'm confident there. My daily habits, particularly for the month of January, that's been my focus, has been my daily habits, in terms of my journaling, all that type of thing, which you spoke about in my 1-to-1. So I feel like that's definitely kept me where I needed to get to. And just to remember, actually, that success is a marathon, isn't it? It's that journey traveled. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And to have persistence and to have patience. And actually, we live in a society, I think, where it's just instant gratification. We want Amazon Prime, we want it next day type of thing. But actually, it doesn't work like that in real life. It takes patience, it takes hard work, and it takes strategic planning. Yes. So I suppose that's all I could say, really. But I know exactly what I need to do.
Good, love it. Yeah, and I'd say for you, Naomi, I'm going to challenge you. You don't need self-belief. Don't fall into that trap, which a lot of people do, of thinking that they need something that really they don't. You don't need self-belief. You have taken action. You know your numbers. You just need to do those numbers consistently.
Yeah.
And you've been focused on your health and getting that foundation back. Now you've got that back. It's just about repeating what you've already done. 3 in 10. You can just do that same or multiply it by 2 or 3 or whatever. Mm-hmm. Schedule it, do it as early in the day as possible, as I said to Fatia, get it out of the way, and then you just see it, like you just said there, marathon, not a sprint. I see it as like planting seeds. You water them by doing the invitations, and then you don't just get the crop the day after because you've watered them. It is about waiting for those crops to grow. And I see invites as like planting seeds, and the more seeds you plant, the more fruit you're going to eventually bear. But it isn't going to bear now. It's going to bear months down the line. So it's for all of you to bear in mind that the invitations that you do now, coming to the end of January, you may not, for those of people that do sign up, you may not earn any income from those until February, March, April maybe, which is why it's so important that you plant seeds now, because it'll be in the future that you'll bear the fruit.
Yeah.
Cool. Good. Well done,
Feeling
Naomi.
good though. But thanks for today, Miles.
You're
Always
welcome.
inspirational. And thank
Good,
you.
good, good. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Who else have we got? I don't know if Tina, do you want to come on? You don't have to. You can give me a thumbs up if you do, a thumbs down if you don't. If you don't want to, yeah, she's like, no, thanks. I'm not in the mood. I love that. I love your honesty. Cool. All right. Well, let's open it up for Q&A. If you've got a question, I'm going to say put it in the comment box just for the benefit of time. But if you've got a question for me that you want to ask, put it in the comment box for the benefit of time, and I will endeavour to answer it. I'm going to, as I always do, post a feedback form for today in the group. So if you could fill that in, be super grateful. It's really important that we get your feedback on these days, and if they're serving you and if they're not serving you, please tell us. Don't hold anything back. Breakfast feedback is the breakfast of champions. We need to make sure that these are your days. I need to make sure that you're getting everything that you want out of these days. So please fill that in. Don't hold anything back. I'd also love to know, for those of you that haven't got a question, what's your biggest takeaway from today? Post that into the WhatsApp group, if you will. Love for you to do that after the session. Post your biggest takeaway from the group. Would really love to know what your biggest takeaway from today is. And then just a reminder of those dates that we shared. Obviously, everything is there other than Life Map. Everything is on other than Life Map in February. But yeah, if you've got a question, let me know so I can answer it. Fatia said, where can I get the blue light glasses? I think as Naomi just said, about Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime, Fatia, is where they're from. And if you look up the science of them, ultimately, if you spend any lengthy time in front of a screen, then they're helpful because it stops the blue light. I especially wear them in bed. So for example, if me and Sati are watching a show in bed, or if I'm on my phone in bed, I always have these on now, because if you read anything about blue light sensitivity and how it affects sleep and how it can slow down, getting into deep sleep, then that's really what they're for. And I think they were like £6 for like 2 pairs. They're not fancy. Any questions? Any questions? Feel free to put them in. Otherwise, we'll finish nice and early. I'm going to stop.